Madam President, are you ready for me to call roll? Trish Bodie,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia,
Here.
Alexis Grimes,
Here.
Aaron Johnson,
Here.
Jim McKay,
Here.
Christine Maurer,
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. All right, it is 6:19 p.m. With a quorum of the board present, I will now call the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order for our special meeting on August 23rd. We will start with the first item on our agenda to hear a COVID update.
Thank you, Madam President, board members. I'd like to start with our vision and mission tonight. The purpose of this presentation is to update the board on where we are, on what we have done, and on possible next steps as we go forward. In our vision statement, I just want to point out the part that talks about cultivating each student individually. That's something that the board's worked really hard on and is directly related and tied to our core beliefs. And in our mission, we talk about how we do that by knowing and appreciating each of our students, by creating a safe and supportive environment for each of them, and partnering with each family. What this means for me is that we have to accommodate masks, and we have to accommodate no masks. But our vision is to stay open and at the same time keep everyone safe. So I just want to explore our current reality a little bit with you. July 29th, Governor Abbott issued Executive Order GA38, and we all know what was in there. And since then, we've seen a legal environment develop that include legal challenges to GA38 in district court. We've seen temporary restraining orders put in place. We've seen the Texas Supreme Court weigh in. We've had Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton weigh in. And we've had even Williamson County Attorney Dee Hobbs weigh in. On the political side, we've of course heard from the governor, from the lieutenant governor, and from our legislature. I've personally had conversations and had correspondence from our local representatives. We have very opposing opinions coming from our Travis County judge and our Williamson County judge. On the healthcare environment side, we have the opinions of Austin Public Health, who we are in constant contact with, of Williamson County and City's Health District, who we're in constant contact with. We have all of the numbers from our COVID dashboards, various different ones, from global all the way down to our local LISD dashboard. We have recommendations from the CDC, from the American Academy of Pediatrics, from Department of State Health Services, from the Texas Hospital Association, from the Texas Nurses Association, and many, many others. But the issue that we have is one of local control, or in this case, a lack of local control. And so no matter what we do, it will not be right for somebody and will likely violate some order. So what do I mean by local control? Well, I just want to take one example. If we consider Lake Travis ISD on our southern border, I argue that their needs are completely different from ours. I would say that even within the boundaries of our 200 square mile district, there are differing needs. And I believe that we should have the ability to make decisions that fit our community at this point in time. So I wish to address head on with you why I changed my mind between a Thursday night board meeting and a Monday evening announcement. And there are three fundamental pieces of information that changed my mind. The first is two meetings that we held on Monday afternoon, one with Austin Public Health and one with Williamson County and City's Health District. And in that meeting, both of those health experts explained to me very carefully the situation that we found ourselves in. And I'm going to show you the COVID dashboards in a second and explain that in a little bit more detail. But in particular, Alison Stewart, the chief epidemiologist from Williamson County, explained the sustained peak of cases that we were in and what would happen if, in her words, we put a bunch of susceptible hosts in a building with little to no mitigation, which is exactly what we did last Thursday. So that was the first piece of information. The second piece of information was our LISD numbers began to rise, and rise sharply. And thirdly, legally, the statewide temporary restraining order allowed us to issue a mask mandate. And that brought me to the conclusion that in order to keep our children, our staff, their families and their loved ones, and our entire community safe, we had to do something. So on the left at the top in the black is the Williamson County COVID chart, case chart. And you can see where those peaks were before this sustained one. And on the right-hand side there, you can see where I've blown up just the time from about August 4th, which is that first left peak. And you can see that that sustained peak that looks like on the left-hand chart is really a flat line. And until late Monday afternoon, I didn't have the information on the right-hand side of that red line. And so I knew we were in a peak. I knew that peak was sustained. I also knew that in other places, once we hit the peak of Delta variant, then it burned out very quickly. But the difference here was that we were putting a lot of susceptible hosts in an uncontrolled situation. And true to form, that peak has now become an inflection point, and the COVID cases continue to rise. And at the bottom, you can see our local LISD dashboard. You can see the highest numbers that happened in January, on January 29th. And you can see on the right-hand side where we are now, which is significantly higher. 192 cases just last week. So on Monday, I made a decision to implement a district-wide mask requirement effective midnight on August 18th, last Wednesday. This is not a perfect world. And as we made these rapid decisions, we also followed them up with a lot of conversation at the district level about what did this mean for enforcement. And we did not want to put our principals in a situation where they had to fight with other people. We didn't think that was right, and we didn't think that was fair. And so we provided an opt-out form for our principals. And the instructions we gave our principals was that they were to try to persuade any family that didn't want to wear a mask of the reasons why this was a good idea. But if they couldn't, we didn't want them to get in a knockdown, drag-out fight with them. We wanted them to provide them with an opt-out form and let them come to school. We know that the best place for our kids is in our schools, in person, learning with their teachers. But at the same time, we have to try to keep our community safe. As of right now, we have about 3,900 opt-out forms that have been signed. About 10% of our over 39,000 student enrollment.
Audience, please, if y'all can help us maintain the decorum of this meeting, and we'll ask for no verbal demonstrations or outbursts, please, so we can hear Dr. Gehring continue the presentation.
So if you look at that from the other perspective, that means that about 90% of our students are in masks. So here's the point. I appreciate your respect in listening and demonstrating to our students how adults behave. Here's my point. Here's my point. Here's my point.
I request a recess of the board until we have order.
I second.
I third.
Board members, there's been a motion and a second. We're going to go ahead and take a recess. We'll be stepping over to the side. We'll come back momentarily. Board members, it is 6:56, and we are now back in open session. With that, Dr. Gehring, I'll let you wrap up if you had anything else for your presentation.
Thank you, Madam President, board members. Our take on this is that every mask that we have in place now that was not in place before is an additional mitigation that will help to keep our students, our staff, and our community safe. And so that's what we're trying to do. We are trying to keep our medical system from being overwhelmed in our community because we know that that's one of the consequences of uncontrolled spread in the community. So we'll continue to try to do that. I'd like to introduce John Graham, Assistant Superintendent for Campus Activities and Support. He's the one who's been leading our COVID charge for the last 18 plus months, and he has a few remarks that he'd like to make to the board.
Good evening, Madam President, trustees, Dr. Gehring. So about 6 o'clock this evening, I received a phone call from our lead epidemiologist for Williamson County and the medical authority, just giving me some information about the data that they've been seeing. And today we had, I'm going to be like a teenager and look at my notes on my phone. We had 72 cases reported just today, 37 cases Saturday, and 23 cases Sunday. And so we had 210 last week, and first day this week, we are already over 100 cases being reported to us over the weekend. And that's from Kristen Wicketts, our our district nurse, our lead nurse, and works closely with the different schools. So last week when we moved to red, we were really following what was happening at our campuses. And we've been asked multiple times what triggered the district moving to red. And it really came down to the information that we were seeing and the rate of cases occurring at our campuses like we've not seen before. And I know sometimes it takes us a little bit of time to get the data up on the website. We have people working all day and all evening to make sure that they're getting that information. But as we were seeing the cases, especially at our elementary level, it was alarming, and it hasn't stopped. We currently have 7 identified clusters in our elementaries and 1 identified cluster in our middle schools. And the Williamson County is currently working on a cluster at 2 of our high schools. And so experienced COVID for the last 18 months, as Dr. Gehring has said. I've had lots of conversations with principals, with medical professionals, with our own staff, and the rate of cases that we've seen in the district since we've began school is not like anything we've seen before. And so that prompted us to move to the red. Some people ask, what are those trigger points? We knew that Williamson County and Travis County had moved to red or stage 5 previously, but we had not been in school yet. And so one of the things we have said is we are going to look at where we are in the area, in the state, but we're also going to take it by what are we seeing in our schools. And when we started to see what we are seeing in our schools, that is when we moved to red stage to put in more strict protocols, knowing that it's going to take our campuses to a time to adjust. It's not easy to move to cohorting just overnight, and so it's going to take time for our campuses to adjust cafeteria procedures, to look at it entering and leaving. We have things planned in our schools that we know impacts our parents and our community members and our teachers, and we wanted to make sure that we're doing what we can, and so visitors and all kinds of things. And so this was not a decision that I truly wanted to make. I hope you understand that. I did not want to move to red. It is not, as a former high school principal and a parent of a senior, I wanted her year to be as normal as possible, and I want our students to have the experience that they deserve. But we had to take the measures necessary to move us to the red stage. Was it an easy decision? No. Is it something that I knew we needed to do? Yes. Kristen was not able to make it this evening, but she helped me answer some questions and some questions that I know you may have. What does contact tracing look like? We are contact tracing, especially at our K through 6. We are sending notifications home. One of the things that Kristen said, we hear people getting the emails caught in their spam. So make sure that you're looking in your spam for LISD contact tracing at leanderisd.org. We are working closely with the health departments. When we identify positive cases, we are actively asking students and staff to quarantine, knowing that that is a parent choice, but we are asking everyone to quarantine if they were close contact, and of course isolating if positive or symptoms. We know it's different at the elementary and the secondary, and so what we put in as information for secondary does look different because it's a little bit more difficult to look at a high school student schedule versus an elementary student schedule. And so that's why you see the information on the website with the actual student schedules posted there. If it's an elementary student, we are emailing parents, we're calling parents. We've asked our principals to help us start to call parents, which we were trying to not do because we didn't want to put that burden on our principals, but we've asked our principals to start doing that work with us because of the amount of cases coming into our campuses. The hard part for all this is the communication piece. We get information from one source and another source, and so the what we are trying to do is when we get information, we work very closely with our principals and try to get and our nurses to try to get the information out as quickly as we can to our parents so they can make the best choice for their students. When I got off the phone call, the epidemiologist, last thing she said was, there's one bed left for children in ICU in our area. And so, of course, they recommended some things like making sure that we're contact tracing, make sure that we're recommending and quarantining, that yes, they did say masks should be mandatory, and they very clearly said that to provide every option we can to make sure that our students are staying safe and looking at our protocols. And so this is a concern for us. That is why we moved to red. We are adjusting daily. I meet or talk to Kristen and the team, Brandon and Darla, daily, and when we see a need to adjust, we adjust. And that's where we are right now, is we're adjusting based on the changing conditions. And when we see something happening at our campuses, we adjust to fit the needs of those campuses. Not every campus looks the same, not every campus can look the same, but we are adjusting our protocols to meet the needs of those individual campuses and providing support where we need to as we see cases come in.
Thank you, John. Board members, I want to point out to you that these are temporary measures. We don't expect that these will be year-long, even semester-long. These are things that we have to do in the interim in order to keep our community safe. I want to point out that in Leander ISD, we believe in meeting the needs of each and every student. We've already talked about our core beliefs and our vision and our mission. For the vast majority of our students, in-person learning is what they choose. We have 41,384 students enrolled in our district today. 39,808 of them, or 96.2% of those students, are in our schools in person. 16,820 of those, or about 42% of these, are elementary students, and 22,988, or about 58%, are secondary students. We also have 1,576, or about 3.8% of our students in our remote learning program Of these, 1,337 or 85% are elementary students and 239 or about 15% are secondary students. I think this reflects the impact of vaccination availability to students greater than 12 years of age. We will be bringing you a resolution a little later in the agenda regarding the district's COVID-19 protocols as an option for the board to consider. And we will be able to discuss that a little later in the meeting. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Gehring and administration. We are now going to move on to the citizen comment portion of the agenda. Citizens, during this time, we ask you to help us maintain the decorum of the meeting. We will request no verbal outburst or verbal demonstrations. As we move forward, we want to make sure that we hear each and every person that signed up this evening to speak. We also do have business to conduct after the citizen comments. So we expect it to be a long evening. I know we volunteered for this, we signed up, we're ready to put in the hours up here. But we will want to keep a respect of time. Therefore, when you signed up to speak, every speaker has 1 minute and 30 seconds. And for this evening, it'll be 1 minute and 30 seconds, as precise as we can get it. So please make sure when you hear that chime that you are ending your sentence. So note that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. This agenda item is time set aside, though, for us during this meeting to hear from our community. We are restricted in the ways we can interact with you during this portion of the meeting. Therefore, please note this format's not going to be a conversation. It's not a back and forth discussion. So we'll ask that your comments respect that limitation. And as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. The views expressed regarding tonight's agenda items are solely those of the speakers and not necessarily reflective of the district staff or board of trustees. You may hear statements that you do not agree with, or they might even offend you, but please help us maintain decorum with no outburst, verbal demonstrations, or interacting with the commenter when they are speaking. When you come up to speak, recall you are speaking to the board, not to the audience. Our board operating procedures enumerate further requests, but I will sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. Each speaker has exactly 1.3 or 1.5 minutes, 1 minute 30 seconds to speak. And it is my intention that we respect and honor each of your time. I will now call the first 4 speakers to come up and speak in a panel. We will start with Darren, Leah, Zach, and Melissa. Darren, Leah, Zach, and Melissa. And because you might have been in the overflow part outside, I will consolidate down my remarks to say that we will encourage you to speak to the board, not the audience, and that we are going to have 1 minute and 30 seconds put up there. Please make sure you are ending your sentence when it gets to that 1.3, 1.5 minutes, all right? When you're ready to start speaking, please press your speaker button and then press it when you are done. We will start with Darren.
Okay, thank you, Board of Trustees and Superintendent, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Darren Urida. I have 3 children, soon to be 4 children, at LISD schools. Last week, the first week of school, we beat the record for weekly cases at LISD from all of last year. 210 cases. It's a higher weekly total than even the peak of the pandemic in January, before we even had a vaccine. The last check as today, there were 131 cases, which makes today, one single day, worse than any full week of last year. If we keep on track, we won't be talking about masks versus no masks. We will be talking about closing schools. And the risk of closing schools is greater than any face covering could ever be for any student. Doctors are recommending masks, local health officials are recommending masks, the state is recommending masks, courts are requiring masks. The Texas Education Agency has dropped the enforcement of the mask mandate ban and recommends public school systems consult local public health officials. Following basic health guidelines in an institutional setting during a pandemic just makes sense. Schools do not exist in a silo. They are part of the community. We did such a great job last year keeping things under control. Let's do what we know worked and keep in-person learning open. I fully support the district in their efforts to keep not only students safe, but the entire community safe. And with my last 14 seconds, I'll say, go Vista Ridge High School Band. Thanks.
Love the school support. Leah, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, my name is Leah Muchler. I am the mother of two, a 9-year-old daughter and a 13-year-old son. The University of Minnesota conducted research on the impact of fear on the human body. They classify fear as a human emotion that is triggered by a perceived threat. They go on to say when people live in constant fear, whether from physical dangers in their environment or threats they perceive, they can experience negative impacts in all areas of their lives. They explain that chronic fear has serious health consequences to include weakened immune systems, ulcers, IBS, and other physical disorders. Fear impacts your memory and causes damage to the brain. Mental health will come into play in forms of depression and PTSD. The creation of fear by mask mandates can be proved by picking up packages of masks at your local grocery store. The very first warning on each box of masks is this mask does not eliminate the risk of contracting any disease or infection. Other important warnings note, failure to properly use and maintain this product could result in illness or even death. For adult use only. Children should not play or exercise at moderate or intense levels while wearing a mask. Instead of arguing about mask mandates, our community would be better served if the school board would allocate funding for installing HEPA filters in our schools. Please stand by the GA 38. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leah. Audience, unless you plan to clap for every speaker, let's go ahead and not do clapping or applauding. There shouldn't be verbal demonstration or outburst.
Hi, my name is Zach Vaughn. I'm a community member of Leander, a father of two. You and the school board have decided that our kids should go to school all day, every day, wearing muzzles like rabid dogs. I've listened to your arguments and I've noticed they're missing a few things, namely evidence, data, science, common sense, and basic human decency. You've presented very little facts, so let me do that now. COVID poses almost no risk to our kids at all. 4.2 million kids have tested positive for COVID. A total of 0.008% of them have died. What about the flu? The CDC said 480 kids died from the flu in the 2018-19 season. That's more than have died from COVID in a year and a half. Did anyone on this board suggest at any point in that year that kids wear masks? Did anyone in this room suggest that we all wear masks for flu? Which again, is more dangerous to kids than COVID. That's a fact. Do any of you know what sort of psychological damage we do to our children by forcing them to wear masks? By teaching them the air is toxic, that everyone around them is sick. Have you wondered about the health effects of forcing kids to breathe through sweat and spit and dirt-soaked rags every single day? What about learning to read and they can't see the teacher enunciating the words? What does it do to a child's developing immune system if he has to wear a mask all day, every day? You're satisfied to place this burden on the children anyway, and why? It's not to keep them safe. They are safe. It's not to keep the adults safe. They can get vaccinated if they want. No, you do it to make yourselves feel better and protect yourselves politically. This child's mask is a symbolic security blanket for you, not them. It's a disgrace, and you should all be ashamed. Thank you for your time.
We're going to try this again. Melissa, you're up. Thank you, Zach.
Hi, my name is Melissa Karoop, and I have two little boys, ages 5 and 8, who are too young to be vaccinated. Before I talk about what I came here to speak about, I want to just weigh in that I'm a licensed professional counselor, and I've been in practice for almost 20 years. There is not one reputable study out there that says children develop emotional issues from wearing a mask. I'm here today to advocate for mandatory masking and other safety measures. The Delta variant is like nothing else we have seen prior to this. Children are getting sicker, the hospitals are full. And if we don't do something soon, we will need to close the schools down anyway. The best chance we have at keeping our children in schools is by mandating masks with very limited, narrow opt-out As of today, Leander ISD has almost 400 cases, and we have been in school for 7 days. We have a moral obligation to do more. We're not doing nearly what we were doing last year, and yet we are in a worse position. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. We will now have our next four speakers, Benjamin, Jessica, Catherine, and Mario. Benjamin, Jessica, Catherine, and Mario. All right, we're going to see who else is here. And I'm sorry, your name at speaking? Are you Benjamin? Mario, okay. All right. And we have, who's our next speaker? All right, there we go. All right, if you would just say your first name. I just need to follow. Benjamin? Mario? Benjamin, okay. Jessica, okay, so then no Catherine. Thank y'all for helping me solve who's missing. So later we can make sure we call their name and they get their time to speak. I appreciate it. Y'all might not have been in here earlier when I said the comments, but I will just sum up by saying that we encourage y'all to speak, well, you should speak to the board, not to the audience. And please wrap up your comment right at 1 minute and 30. So there will be a bell and be hitting your last word. Thank you. We can go ahead and start with Benjamin if you want. Benjamin, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ben Aber. I'm a parent of a kindergartner at Aiken Elementary. This is her first experience at school, and so far it has been a good one, but not because of the actions of the school board, in spite of the actions of the school board. And I would say I agree with the speaker at the top of this meeting. Local control or lack thereof is exactly that. That control is not yours. That's mine as a parent, and that's mine to give to my student. We should continue to allow students to have the choice to make decisions for themselves and allow the parents who are in control of their children, not the people sitting at this table this evening. To me, it's an extreme injustice for folks here to talk about control and continue to try and mandate and tell others what they are going to do and what they are not going to do. That is disrespectful, and that is not leadership. Since when does leadership come by trying to force students and parents and educators, pitting them against one another in the classroom and having students to watch those confrontations happen? What are you teaching my child? I think we need to really clear up the responsibilities of what my job is as a parent and your job is as an education system. You're there to educate, I'm there to parent. You worry about educating.
All right, our next speaker, Jessica.
Good evening, board. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I want to give the point of view of a teacher in the district and say that above all, we want to be at school. We want to be at school, and we want students to be at school. And what we are seeing is that we are having large numbers of students who are now having to stay home because this virus is spreading so much faster than it was last year. You can see by the numbers that our numbers of students who are testing positive are like double, at least, what we had last year. So the thing is, we want kids in class, all right? We want kids in class. I want to see my kids in class. And I want to get to know them, especially now at the beginning of the school year, because building those relationships with those students is so important. And my students are much more than what is behind the mask. I need to know what they're thinking. I need to understand what they're feeling. I need to understand what their struggles are, what their what their abilities are. I need to know what their strengths are. And I learned that by getting to see them every day. And so the way that we keep kids in school is by following the mitigating procedures that we know work, that we know from last year work, that we know kids can show up every day wearing a mask because they did it all year last year. We know the data supports it. And if you are someone who wants to say data, we need data for like testing and to make decisions, use the data, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mario?
Okay. So thank you. I'm reading this on behalf of an anonymous mother battling cancer who has a child in LISD. I am begging you to mandate masks without an opt-out, except in cases where a physician deems it unsafe for their patient. There are many like me who are immunocompromised and are already at risk without COVID-19. When I was a nurse, I wore a mask to protect vulnerable patients. Their family members wore masks out of compassion and the fear of losing their loved ones to a cold or to protect them their new heart or lungs. Several years later, I was diagnosed with cancer. I needed to wear a mask for my own sake. My white blood cell counts were awful. 3 years later, I was hit with cancer in my bones, stage 4. I'm told that if someone else is sick, it's more important that they are wearing a mask than I am because their droplets need to be blocked from the air around me. Fast forward to COVID-19. Masks now have become a way to divide and prohibit freedom. Freedom to do what? Expose the vulnerable to asymptomatic COVID-19? Not wearing a mask is a risk to everyone due to the rapid spread of the Delta variant and recent breakthrough cases. My youngest is 14. She can either go to school safely with everyone wearing masks, or she can stay home being homeschooled, isolated, and watching me get sicker and sicker. I hate masks, I hate COVID, and I hate cancer. I hate that now some people sneer at me or laugh or roll their eyes when I wear a mask. I am no longer supported and cared for by them. Instead, I am now ridiculed over a strip of cloth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. All right, we'll start with our next 4 speakers. Gerald, Scott, Sarah, and Brittany. Gerald, Scott, Sarah, and Brittany. Oh, I've got a different Gerald. I think I've got a different Gerald here. The Gerald that was up next was Gerald Prater? I'm sorry. Right. No? Okay. So I guess we've got a different Gerald then. Who's my other Gerald up here? No? Okay. So then I've got Scott. Where's Scott? Okay. Oh, thank you. Y'all, we've solved the puzzle. Thank you for helping us figure it out. I was trying to do first names to make it easier, and turns out it's not so easy. Okay, so I have Scott Stroud. Okay, that was the Scott I needed. And then you are Scott. You're Scott, what's your last name? Thomason. Okay, so we'll go ahead and have Scott Thomason, so somebody have to mark that so we can all stay on schedule. And we will start with our first Scott for this evening. I'm not sure if you heard my comments earlier, but remember at 1 minute and 30 to please wrap up your comments.
First of all,
press the button.
First of all, thank you all for being on the board in this unprecedented time. It's a thankless job normally, and it's definitely not getting any thanks the last 3 weeks. My name's Scott Stroud. I'm a parent of a 5-year-old kindergartner down at River Place Elementary School. I'm a professor who reads boring books at UT Austin, and I do nothing related to activism, but I had to get involved in this because it just struck me as an unnecessary politicization of something that just involves my little 5-year-old. My 5-year-old has to sit next to someone who doesn't wear a mask. I have no choice in that. My 5-year-old is assigned 2 kids to play with on the playground who don't wear masks. I have no choice in that. One turns out to be a hugger. And so this is just a crazy time we're in, that I have to explain to my daughter, hugging's okay, but this kid could have something, he coughs on you, and you take it to one of your relatives who's in the hospital now. Okay, so I have to explain these things to my daughter, and it'd be so much easier if we used everything we can. And that's what one of the groups I'm involved in, the Families United for Student Safety, over 800 members in our Facebook group that are all Leander parents. Not everyone in this room has a kid that's on the line. And so all of these parents, we held a press event today. We've been trying various ways to get our message out to you, which is that a lot of people support the board using the science of masks to reduce what comes out of people's mouths when they're coughing on my kid and what my kid breathes in. And we know how masks work, right? They prevent stuff from coming out. That's why they're so hard to breathe. And so I'll end with this point. The only thing that stinks worse than mask wearing is virtual school for everyone. And we mess around, that's where we're going to be.
All right. Scott, whenever you're ready.
Hey, thank you for everybody that's here. We are
Sorry, Scott. There we go.
There we
That's
go.
my fault.
Can I start over? Okay.
Yes, please, and we need to start the timer over. Just a second. Let us start the timer. All right.
Okay. I'm a father of 5, and I'm here to participate in our great experiment. I've served my country for 20 years, almost 20 years. My hair might not show it, but I'm about to retire, so. And 9 of those years, I was with the intelligence community. I was an intelligence sergeant for Special Forces ODA. And I learned a lot about propaganda, misinformation, disinformation, false information, and I can confidently say that a lot of the information about COVID-19 it's been politicized. It has absolutely been politicized. But getting to some facts. About a week ago, there was 116 cases of roughly 40,266 students. That's 0.003 cases. 0.003. The CDC has a mortality rate right now for children, let's just say 18 and younger, at 430 total. That's of 614,000, people that have lost their lives, unfortunately, right? That's 0.006. Round that up, 0.007. I think there needs to be balance. If you go out in public right now, you can see, let's just say, it's probably safe to assume you see about 50% of people masked and 50% unmasked. Let's let that be an option in school. Unmasked. People, if you don't want to wear your mask, you don't have to wear them.
All right, let's go ahead and hear from Sarah.
Hello, my name is Sarah Ripple, and I'm the mother of 2 elementary school children at LISD. I'll be speaking on behalf of Shelley, who was hoping to speak this evening, but she's currently working as a nurse in one of our local hospitals. Shelley is a neonatal ICU nurse at Seton with over 14 years of experience. She is quite literally on the front lines of this pandemic, and I thought it was important that she have her voice heard here tonight. Our hospitals are breaking. Our doctors, staff, and public health specialists are begging for public assistance in ending this pandemic. They are encouraging and mandating vaccines, masks, and social distancing. Despite their pleas, I was shocked at how little our school district is doing to prevent the spread. I love my job, but I will also tell you my heart is tired of breaking. Every day I work and care for another baby delivered prematurely in attempts to save the mother's life from COVID. We are all done, but unfortunately, the virus is not. I strongly support a mask mandate, vaccine requirements, real social distancing, and unique solutions to this problem, like having volunteers for lunches so kids can eat outside, mandatory PE outside, daily COVID briefings on our mind. There are so many things we can do if we get creative. You have a community begging for more serious policies regarding COVID. They are passionate and willing to help. Put them to work in creating solutions. Thank you, Shelley, for allowing me the honor of reading your statement. You guys, whether we like it or not, the reality is the decisions we make are not made in a vacuum. We are all connected. We belong to one another, and until we realize we are on the same team, we'll be plagued with division and dissension. Let's do better and be better by building a stronger community where the welfare and prosperity of my children and my family are just as important as yours. Thank you.
Brittany?
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gehring, and all that are in attendance tonight. My name is Brittany Duyon. I have 3 boys currently in LISD, and a 4th just graduated this past May. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I feel like it's been put on my heart, so here goes. I recently joined forces with other parents in LISD FUS, Families United for Student Safety. Similar to other parents' concerns, I have a kindergartner that has an extremely low immune system and has spent many, many nights in the hospital. The worst feeling as a parent is seeing your child gasping for air and not being able to help them, and putting your hand under their nose to feel if there's air coming out and if they're still breathing throughout the night. I don't wish this on any parent, ever. Also, I want to thank you for having these hard discussions. I know they aren't easy. Many have strong beliefs and have made this political, but I know that you will think of the children that are at your schools daily when making these decisions to use every resource available and all the tools in the toolbox to keep our kids in person and in the classroom, where we all know that they will benefit the most. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead. Thank you, panel, for speaking. Thank you all. We'll go ahead and move to our next 4 speakers. We have Lauren Goodrich, Tyler Parsons, Rachel Duncan, and Scott Phillips. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize Gerald was coming. All right, let's go ahead. I'm sorry. We don't have enough seats then. Looks like we're good? Okay. All right, we have Gerald up here, and then who's our other, and your name? Todd? And Rachel? Lauren. Okay, great. I don't know if you heard my comments earlier, but to sum up, please remember to direct your marks up here, and at 1 minute 30, be finishing the last word. Thank you. We'll start with Gerald.
You have demonstrated a history of disregard of law and order by your actions. Tonight's agenda items 2 and 5A are only the latest in a series of this behavior. In your presentation in item 2, you mentioned the recent law by name, GA 38, and then boldly declared your intention not to follow it, but to break it. We are a nation of laws and order as determined by the Constitution. We all should know this. Determined by the Constitution and the power of the people. Your actions are part of a trend around our nation where corrupt elements of government are placing themselves above the law and refusing to be accountable to the people, the legislature who represents we the people. You make fleeting references to guidance that you've been provided by certain elements of health establishments. These organizations have been lying to and misleading the people with fear for several years. They have been caught in their lies about this virus, viable treatment options, the sheer danger of this vaccine, and what does and does not work. You have now only made yourselves complicit in the lies and the crimes. The title of my presentation tonight was Law and Order. Your actions, Dr. Bruce Gehring, have demonstrated that you do not care about law and order. You are not a person who's
I'm sorry, Gerald. If you want to go ahead and, I know, but we had our speaker. So if you have any other remarks, though, you can definitely email them in. We'll move on to our next speaker. Remember, citizens, right at 1:30, you need to be finishing your last minute. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate you for coming out. All right. All right. Audience, we have speakers who want to come up here and speak, and so we need to make sure we honor each and every person's time. You have 1 minute and 30. Please, at the last minute, do make sure at that last second at 1:30 you are ending your sentence. Thank you.
Good evening, Leander ISD Board. My name is Tyler Parsons, and I'm the proud father to 3 amazing Leander ISD students. I'll let you know that my family has 61 years of combined teaching and coaching experience, so tonight this is extra special to me. But as I stand here tonight, it sickens me to see that now our local school districts have been poisoned by the woke political policies now plaguing our country. I stand here tonight demanding that the choice of wearing a mask be the parents' decision and only their decision. I stand here tonight demanding that the mask wearing for our school teachers and coaches be their decision and their decision only. I stand here tonight reminding you that these are our children and our bodies, not yours. It seems that many of you have a short and forgetful memory. Tony Fauci on March 8, 2020, in an interview said the following: "There is no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better and might even block a droplet, but it provides no real protection." But Mr. Parsons, the pandemic has changed, you say. You're right, it has changed. We now know more than ever that a person's metabolic health and or dysfunction remains a major determinant of how a person responds to COVID. We now know that the vaccinated are just as likely to transmit COVID than the unvaccinated. We now know that the majority of the proven and helpful science is being censored and restricted because it's not in the best interest of Big Pharma. The woke political policies of our country, such as mask wearing, are not about saving one more life. They're about control and control only. Mask wearing has been and is the first step in conditioning our children and our society that we, the people, do not have the ability to make our own decisions. I think I speak for the majority here, but we've had enough. My conviction isn't about politics, it's about right and wrong. So let's make the right decision for our community.
Whenever you're ready.
Hi, did I have this on? Sorry. Okay. Thank you for letting me here. I have 2 children in LISD. There are a lot of people hurting right now. I can't tell you how many stories I've read of parents who have no good choices because of a lack of mitigation protocols. Parents with vulnerable kids or vulnerable family members feel as if they have not been considered. Last I checked, we had 382 cases since school started. Those infected kids and staff go home and continue to spread to our community. We are suffering from teacher, school bus driver, and crossing guard shortages. These will only get worse as people continue to fall ill. Put a proper mask mandate in place, one that has an opt-out only for medical reasons. Provide proper sick leave for our teachers. Provide virtual options for those who need it and those who fall ill. Re-implement socially distanced lunches, and when possible, take group activities outside. These are simple measures that can be taken to slow and stop the spread. I understand you felt your hands were tied, but they are not. Your job, the district's job, is to look out for the health and safety of the students and staff. This is a pandemic now of the unvaccinated. Our elementary kids cannot get vaccinated. Without mitigation protocols like we had last year, our kids and our community will continue to suffer. I implore you to take the right steps to help our entire community and get the spread of Delta under control. I want my 10-year-old back in school, but until responsible measures are put in place, that cannot happen. Coretta Scott King once said, "The greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members. Wearing a mask and following guidelines is the greatest way to show compassion for our community, not conspiracy theories."
Audience, please, let's continue to work on decorum and respect that you want to be shown, and we should show each other as a community. Our next speaker is up.
Hello again. The last time I was here, I gave warning, not against you, of course, but just against the tension and the environment that was created by simply recommending masks and giving that opinion without a doctor's recommendation first, and for families to be able to make these decisions. This has gotten rough. This is not fun for anybody. I explained to my children the gist of what happened on the 18th, and they looked at me and said, "Did the law change?" I said, "No, babies, I'm sorry, it didn't." They said, "What happened?" I was like, "Well, fear pushes things." And they got really confused. They went to school the next day, and there was some rough interactions between my children and the staff. They had staff pushing on them, and it was not okay. I want my kids to be able to look up to the people that are in charge, who set an example for civility and honoring the system that our country was based on. We vote, we have discussion, and we are respectful to each other, even in disagreement. I want my kids to be able to look up to you. that also means respecting the system and them respecting you and making sure that they are always kind and always serving and always respectful. Please do this.
All right, we have, thank you speakers for coming out. We have our 4 next speakers. We have Scott Phillips, Peter, I believe it's Peter Rackle, Brittany, and Scott, Peter, Brittany, and Sean. We have Scott over here?
Yes.
Okay, Scott, Peter, okay, and then Brittany, and then Sean. Tremendous. All right, speakers, please make sure your remarks are directed up here to the board, and then at 1 minute 30, conclude your very last words. So 1 minute 30, be done with your testimony. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Scott Phillips, a parent of a 3rd grader attending school in Leander. I'm here to encourage you to support a mask mandate with an opt-out only for documented medical reasons. I believe school should be a safe place for our children to learn. Unfortunately, the current district's policy in the state of COVID in our community, Leander School presents an unacceptable risk to our unvaccinated children. As you are aware, the primary benefit of wearing a mask is not to protect yourself, but to protect those around you. The idea of masks being optional doesn't make any sense. One child wearing a mask in a group of unmasked children is of little value. The choice isn't for an individual to choose to wear a mask or not. It's instead for the community to decide how safe our children should be at school. The district offering an opt-out for any reason is the same as the no mask policy. One unmasked child in a group of masked children drastically reduces the effectiveness of the protection provided, thus removing the choice from those who have chosen to wear a mask to protect the community. You have the legal authority to act now, and I ask that you follow the guidance from the CDC, health departments, and the local group Families United for Student Safety. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, the button up front, the mic, press that. There you go. Thank you.
Hello. The ongoing masking of students is a huge experiment with our children as the guinea pigs. No one can say with any confidence what the long-term implications of masking is when they stretch on for years or months. There's no scientific basis for masking children. 2 physicians wrote in a Wall Street Journal op-ed recently that they could find only just one study showing masks reduce COVID transmission in children, but that even its results were inconclusive. On the other hand, a massive CDC study of 90,000 students in Georgia found that mask requirements didn't show any benefit at all. And children are not at serious risk from COVID. Out of all COVID deaths, only 361 are for kids. Compare that to the 2018-2019 flu season, where 477 kids died of the flu. But no one was clamoring for masks then. In the UK, Ireland, all of Scandinavia, France, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Italy, kids have been exempted from wearing masks, and there's no evidence of more outbreaks than we've had here. The WHO has explicitly recognized that masking students can cause academic and social harms for children and lacks a clear benefit. The CDC has bungled COVID as badly as our military has bungled the withdrawal from Afghanistan. We need to look calmly at the statistics and real science, which clearly states that masking school children serves no benefit and has only downsides. Thank you.
I'm a parent of a young elementary student. I'm also an elector on the very position you hold. As a parent, it is extremely disheartening that you, as a public school board, are trying to tyrannically trample over my parental decision in what I believe is best for the health and well-being of my child. My husband and I do not co-parent with you, the school board or the government. Stay in your lane. Under Executive Order GA 38, you are prohibited from mandating face coverings and vaccines, and the order succeeds any local rule of law or regulation. And I correct, local rule and regulation. Learning does not stop at the ears. Educators, you should know that learning is a visual process, and to cover 3/4 of the face, it stifles learning for the teachers and for the students. Publicly funded school districts paid for by the taxpayers have absolutely no authority to make medical dictates for students, faculty, and parents. Medical freedom and individual choice is our demand as liberty-loving Americans. We may not have the loudest voice, but we have the Constitution and the law on our side. And you will meet opposition, you as a school board, if you overstep. Parents will withdraw their students from school, legal litigation will be pursued, and public school funding can and should be with.
Thank you. I'm sorry. We need to go on to our next speakers. I'm sorry. We need to go on to our next speakers. If we can't honor each other's speaker, I can't. Audience, I love that you want to support some people, but I'd love for us to make sure that we're going to be respectful to our community that has differing ideas. We will now let our next speaker take their time.
Last year, we proved that with mitigations, we could keep COVID from spreading in our schools. With a new surge affecting our children at a higher rate, why would we remove those mitigations and just hope it'll turn out okay? We have 382 cases so far this year. We did not hit that number until mid-December of last year. Hoping everything will turn out is failing. The AAP recommends kids be in school with appropriate mitigations. Why does LISD or the Texas governor feel it has more knowledge than those doctors? I understand that there was hope that recommending masks would have the desired effect, but I'm here to tell you it did not. My kids were dropped off in a hallway this year with 12 teachers, 2 of whom were masked while it was recommended. They were in classes with at most 3 to 5 kids masking. Since the mandate, we've seen this increase greatly, but it's also starting to drop off as people realize there's no enforcement. Last year, my kids understood that wearing a mask protects other people. They chose to stay home for virtual school so they could continue to see their grandparents and keep them protected until they could be vaccinated. They made those decisions for the good of those they loved and those around them, instead of just based on their own wants. They are 7 and 9. And this school year, I had to send them back to school with teachers and other students who do not show the same care about others. LISD needs a true mask mandate, one with a limited opt-out by medical doctor requirement only. LISD also needs to stop incentivizing our students and teachers not to test. By allowing return to school when symptoms are alleviated as long as no positive tests, you're incentivizing this. By not quarantining for close contacts, you're incentivizing this. And by not giving teachers the appropriate time off to quarantine without risking their pay, you're incentivizing this.
They're cutting it off back there. They're doing the same time for everybody. It's all going to be equal. But thank you all for your testimony and for coming out. We will now go to our next panel. We have Morgan, Francesca, Mario, and Hope. Morgan, Francesco, Mario, and Hope. All right, and I'll just sum up what I said earlier in my earlier remarks. Please make sure your comments are directed up here to the board, and at 1 minute 30, please have your last sentence being saying there when you hit the 1 minute 30 chime. Morgan, we'll start with you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. My name is Morgan Briscoe, and I am the parent of 3 LISD students under 12 years old. For the last 23 months, like so many other families, we've been riding the roller coaster that COVID has put us on. We are all tired. We all want our lives to be back to pre-pandemic norms, but we are not there yet. Being tired, angry, or inconvenienced is not a reason to fail to do the right thing when it comes to public health. I want to remind our board that although it may seem like there are 2 sides to this debate, this is not a black or white issue. The one thing we can all agree on is the importance of keeping kids learning and in person. Please make your decisions with this majority in mind, this 90% majority that Dr. Gehring mentioned at the beginning of this meeting. The fight against COVID is people versus the virus and not people versus other people, and we as adults need to model that behavior. Last year's LISD communication, protocols, and planning were incredible and kept us safe and feeling secure. We should bring back these protocols in order to stay learning in person this year. This year has thrown us a new wrench, and masks are an easy and free way to mitigate. It's not the only thing, it's not foolproof, and yes, there will be medical exceptions, but also, this will not be forever, and I keep hearing discussions, and we are in an extraordinary time. This is not normal time. At the center of this debate lies choice, but if children under 12 cannot receive a vaccination and are put indoor classrooms with other unmasked children, our kids do not have a choice. If we cannot opt into virtual learning during times of potential exposure, or if we feel the need, our kids do not have a choice.
Francesca?
My name is Francesca Romans. I'm the parent of 2 boys here in Leander ISD. This is not political. It is not about patriotism. It is a public health crisis. Your freedom to swing your arm ends where the other man's nose begins. Kids can still function, smile, play, interact, and learn in a mask. The opt-out made this mandate pointless. We hear a lot about choice. What about the 504, SPED, and GT kids who need specialized learning that only their teachers in the building can provide, and especially those who are immunocompromised or high risk? Where is their choice? We hear about the rule of law. While the attempts from some to inform on this subject have been interesting, I'd like to think I'm pretty well versed. A TRO and a Supreme Court denial allow districts to now implement mandates, including us. While the landscape changes quickly, there is nothing to debate here. You have an opening to protect our kids. Take it. Finally, we hear about the scientific differences. I am not educated in medicine or epidemiology, but when the Centers for Disease Control, the National Institutes of Health, the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the World Health Organization, the Texas Department of State Health Services, the Williamson County and Cities Health District, Austin Public Health, Dell Children's Medical Center, Baylor, Scott and White, St. David's, Ascension Seton, and every other overwhelmed hospital in this state I could look up tell me that masks are effective. I listen, and the district should be listening too. We as a district cannot call ourselves a responsible member of our community if we are going to continue to refuse to do anything. We cannot educate anybody if we cannot stay open. We need cohesive leadership that is going to prioritize the health of our student body as a collective, and we need it now.
Mario? All right.
Thank you for your time. My name is Marla Wahlberger, and I have 3 children in the school district and love to volunteer and substitute for our teachers. The first 4 days of school were wonderful, with teachers and students choosing to wear a mask or not. It was not divisive. My children even said how nice it was with no pressure for anyone. Dr. Gehring, with your Tuesday evening announcement that came without speaking with your board members or community, as well as defying our elected governor, which is breaking the law, this new lawful mandate is making our district more divided than ever, which is unnecessary. I find it very disheartening that with your unlawful mandate, you have purposely not sent out the opt-out form for parents to know about, as well as instructing school administrators to not send it out either. Let's remember, children 14 years old and younger have a 0.008% of dying from this virus. The mental health of these children should be at the forefront of decisions after 18 months of fear. Children need to see their teachers and classmates' smiles. My child in speech therapy needs to see her teacher's mouth to learn. Our schools should be a place of community, not divide, calm instead of anxiety. Wearing a mask for 8 hours a day for these children should absolutely be a choice. And your numbers are skewed because you're going off of last year that 1/4 of the population was in school. We are at 100% population now. You cannot go over last year's numbers. Thank you.
Reagan?
Hello, board. Thank you for letting us speak again on COVID-19 and health and safety protocols. I'm speaking on behalf of an LISD teacher who is currently quarantining due to direct exposure. Within the last week, we have seen the impact and consequences of not enforcing a mask mandate. Because we are not able to enforce masks, we have the highest number of COVID cases we've ever had in the district. This is especially concerning because we know that the Delta variant is making our children critically ill, something that wasn't happening as much in the last wave of cases. There are teachers in our schools who refuse to wear a mask and are actively encouraging students to refuse as well. These are adults who are representing our district and setting an example for our youth. Without enforcing a mask mandate, we are allowing staff to play Russian roulette with the lives of our students. All of this knowing that the hospitals are full, people are being sent home to die, people with medical emergencies. These people are our people. We have a responsibility to our students, their families, and the community. This district prides itself on being outstanding and leading on innovation, the Leander way. Right now, we need to lead with integrity, grace, and compassion. I encourage our board to be brave and know that protecting our community is always the right thing to do. Please enforce the mask mandate with no opt-out except for severe health reasons. It's literally the very last we can do.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll have our next panel. Thank you, speakers and panels. We'll have, and you were Reagan Well, correct, our last speaker? No. Megan, thank you. Make sure we stay on the same. Okay, we have Reagan Well, Dr. Sang, Lonnie Goffrin, Reagan Well, Dr. Sang, Lonnie Goffrin, and Jill Cipriano. All right. All right, and we'll go ahead and Dr. Reagan? Okay, Reagan? Dr. Sang? Oh, y'all, I tell you what, we'll just start on this end and go down, and it'll all work out. Thank you. Press the button. And speakers, remember when you're speaking to speak up here at the front, and at 1 minute 30, please conclude your last statement, your last word.
Good evening. My name's Reagan Weil. I am the parent of kids at Henry Middle and Reagan Elementary Schools. I don't envy the chair that any of you are sitting in, and I want to acknowledge how difficult your decision making can be. But I propose that it's even easier to make a decision during a time of crisis than it would be under normal circumstances, because all you have to do is revert back to your original mission, which Dr. Gehring showed in the first slide tonight, which states that your overarching mission is to create a safe and supportive environment. I scratched out the rest of my remarks because everything's been said, but one thing I think we can all agree on is that nobody likes this. Nobody wants to do this. Dr. Gehring said at the beginning tonight, this is not a long-term solution that we're looking for. We're not trying to solve the pandemic. What we're trying to do, what I think you're trying to do, is keep the schools open. If we don't, everything else is moot. The case numbers that Dr. Graham reported earlier, I think we're all smart enough to realize that the numbers are actually much higher than that, because those are only reported cases, self-reported cases. How many people have contracted the virus that are not reporting it? So I ask you to please continue the mandate and adopt the resolution.
All right, thank you, Reagan. Dr. Sang? Or, no, I'm sorry. You're up.
My name's Jill Cipriano, and I am not anti-mask, and I am not anti-vax. What I am is anti-using feelings over facts to make decisions. California, masks are required in schools and cases are up 20.1%. Colorado, masks are optional and they're up 20%. Delaware, masks are required and they're up 33%. Kansas, masks are optional and they're down 2%. Oregon, they're required and they're up 25%. Texas is optional and we're up 21%. Do you see the trend? I don't either, because the case numbers are not a reflection of being masked or not. Facts. Leander ISD is counting probables in the number they are reporting also. Facts. I have family members who have taken every precaution imaginable and still battled COVID. I have a family member who is battling cancer and one who is living with hypoplastic left heart syndrome who chooses to teach here in Texas and not live in fear. They know the risks, and we all stand by and love our neighbors no matter what they choose. The fact is that we can choose. You want feelings? You should be angry that the superintendent went above your heads to mandate this. He went above the governor's head to mandate this. You should feel angry that they tried to hide the opt-out form from parents so that it shows that it was done to do it legally. You should feel angry that someone in the fuss group this morning compared sending an unmasked child into school was like sending them in with a machete. Are we serious? Is this the community that you guys want to live in? This is not the community that I want to raise my children in. A community that's led by fear-mongering, pendeja calling, and hate spewing, basing all of our decisions on feelings instead of facts kind of community. That's not where I want my children to grow up.
Dr. Sang? Pressure, there's a button there to press whenever you're ready.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. I'm Dr. John Lee Sang. I'm a pathologist here. And I was invited to speak at the school board meeting today and drove in from where I practiced in San Marcos, Texas, as I felt it was my duty as a physician and a fellow Texan to speak here today. Firstly, I'd like to say it's like a war out there, but it's not a war against my fellow Texans. It is certainly a war against COVID. And from my perspective, and from all the hospitals that my group serves throughout this area, it's pretty terrible. My hospital right now is full to capacity. Over 50%, in fact, over 60% of the patients in the hospital are there because of COVID. Most of them are unvaccinated. Approximately 90% are unvaccinated or undervaccinated. The ICU is full. We've requested more ventilators. We've turned another floor into an ICU. It's pretty bad. And the ER is actually a waiting area now for those to get beds. Typically, it's because someone with COVID has passed away. But we do have two very good weapons in our fight against COVID, and that's masking and vaccination. Certainly masking works. The first wave of COVID, healthcare workers wore them, and most did not get COVID. So I'm asking you today to help end this war and mask and vaccinate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Lonnie?
My name is Lonnie Goffrin, and I have 3 students in LISD. When spring break 2020 just never ended, and my children had to virtual school the rest of the year, we took it in stride. After a few weeks of virtual school, my then 3rd grader told me that he wanted to go back to school. He said, "Mom, I don't care if I'm the only one in my classroom. I just want to go back to school." He has always loved school and been an exemplary student, exhibiting the 10 ethical principles in the LISD handbook. In fall 2020, I told him school would have a mask mandate. He had only worn a mask once, and he told me as much as he hated virtual school, he would rather have virtual school than wear a mask all day. So I kept my children virtual students all year, despite how stressful to our family. We appreciate the opt-out option, but it was virtually impossible to find unless someone sent you the link directly, which makes me believe that the district was trying to hide it, a move that lacks integrity and honesty. And some teachers were not even aware of the opt-out option until after the first full day of the requirement. That being said, if the opt-out is taken away, my children will still not be in masks. We will be forced to pull them in homeschool. Having the choice to wear a mask or not is the most fair way to deal with this situation. All of our children deserve the education we paid for. Excuse me. My children love their school and teachers. Please do not take it away from them. We err on the side of caution and do not send them to school when they are sick or even when they may be sick. Please do not treat them as if they were biological weapons. They are just children who desperately want to learn without restricting their ability to breathe and smile in appreciation of the teachers they love.
All right. Thank you, panel. We'll go ahead and call Crystal, Alexandria, Douglas, and David. Crystal, Alexandria, and let me do, in case there's some other names in here, Crystal Clinton, Alexandria Hodgins, Douglas Young, and David Flores. All right, for all of our speakers, I'll remind you to please speak up here to the board, not to the audience. And at 1 minute 30, conclude your last word. Thank you. Crystal, whenever you're ready. Oh, Crystal. Press the green button on the right, or it turns green when you press it.
Hi, my name is Crystal Clendenin, and I'm the proud mom of 3 boys in Leander ISD, in 1st, 3rd, and 6th grade. Last week, my neighbor was informed that her symptomatic child and her child's siblings, by default, were being listed as assumed positives on the district's dashboard because she had declined to test. We lose credibility when we fail to call things what they are. Is the district prepared to provide each of our children with an N95 mask? That's what's most effective. You've all contaminated your masks, lifting it to take a drink of water as I've sat here.
Crystal, please press your button so we can hear you.
Is it working now? Okay. I watched my children experience a severe emotional decline owing to the abnormalcy and isolation they felt amid a mass school day last year. That is not an experience I will be repeating again. The district ought to be doing its level best to unify. Instead, you released a requirement that isn't one at all. This was negligent at best, and you left your teachers and staff in the direct crosshairs when it's already not easy to be a teacher. Final point I'd like to make really is how much babysitting, grocery shopping, and errand running I did for my friends that were suffering from COVID or just sick in general. In regards to community, if the only thing that you're willing to do for your community is require a mask, I find that severely lacking. My youngest is life-threateningly allergic to shellfish. I'm not running around demanding everyone stop selling crawfish. It's my responsibility to protect him, and that is it, not yours.
All right, Alexandria. Alexandria.
Hello. Hi. My name is Alexandra. I have 2 boys who are currently in the Leander Middle School. I came from communism, and this country is going to communism. It's very concerning to me because everyone is looking up to this country, and the freedom is being taken away by the mandates and propaganda. But that's a different topic. 99.997%. That's a survival rate of when the kids get COVID. Please look at this number. Masking children is damaging, unscientific, and tragic. It's ineffective to reduce transmission. After 20 minutes of you wearing a mask, it gets all saturated, and the droplets are spreading. I hope you guys know that. Rebreathing exhaled air creates oxygen deficiency and a flooding of carbon dioxide. That causes deprivation of the oxygen, and cognitive thinking is being on a decline. Kids have headaches, they're dizzy, they cannot concentrate. I hope you guys know the #1 cause of death in America currently is obesity. Does government close McDonald's? No. Do they require illegal immigrants to wear masks? No. But you forcing it on our children? My heart is breaking. That's a child abuse. Please do not follow orders. Do the right thing so when you come home tonight, you can look at yourself in a mirror.
Douglas.
My name is Doug Young. I'm a longtime resident of Leander. I grew up in Leander. I went to Leander School District from kindergarten all the way through graduation of high school. I graduated at the top of my class. And I'm very angry at this moment with the way that this board has conducted themselves, the superintendent, with the mandates that you've put in place. You are not the parents of my child. I am the parent of my child. I will determine what is healthy for them and what they should do for their own health. If people are scared, they can wear their mask. If they don't want to go to school, and they can do virtual learning, if that's an option. I find it despicable that you just all of a sudden put this mandate on and then don't even tell people there's an opt-out option. You know, that's ridiculous. I mean, you should be ashamed of yourself for that. You really should. You know, I want to talk about something that other people aren't talking about. A constitution and our rights are not suspended during a pandemic. We have rights as citizens of this country. And it's ridiculous that you as a school board think that you can mandate what we do with our bodies. Another thing that people aren't talking about, everybody's talking about, the test, everybody's positive, the cases. We need to talk about deaths. The cases are based off of a PCR test that the CDC itself, I have the statement right here, says does not distinguish between the COVID, the flu, or the common cold. So you guys are making these policies based off of junk data.
David? David?
Thank you. I don't have a bunch of facts in front of me. I don't have a bunch of data in my head to spit it out for you. But what I do know is that I got this notification from the superintendent stating that there was a mask mandate. You know what my kid said? Oh, hell no. Okay? You overstepped your bounds. I voted for a board, not you. I didn't vote for you. And it's up to you, the board members that we elected, to make a decision, to be fiduciaries, take care of our money, because there are going to be lawsuits coming. And I ask you to really pay attention, and I want to voice my opinion and say, my kids will not wear these masks. I will not wear the mask. Nobody makes me do anything. I am an American. I do as I please within the law. I ask you to follow the law. So please, take in consideration, we are a land of the free. We, the people. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, panel. All right, we're going to call for our next four speakers, Jared, Bridget, Nicole, and Claudia. Jared Davis, Bridget Clark, Nicole, Claudia Chavez. Jared, Bridget, Nicole, and Claudia. All right. Jared, whenever you're ready. Speakers, when y'all get ready to speak, remember to speak up here to the board, not to the audience. And at 1 minute 30, when it hits that 30, please be on your last word. Thank you. Press your button to speak on the side there. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My kids are in 5th and 7th grades here at Westside and Cedar Park Middle School. We did virtual school last year, and we learned that that was not right for us. Like all of you, we tried to teach our kids to have good values, be honest, be responsible, be generous, work hard, persevere, value everyone, make your community better. This virus is brutal. You can get it even if you're vaccinated. You can spread it even if you don't have any symptoms. Our hospitals are full. Our doctors and our nurses are overwhelmed and are crying out for our help. And we know how to help them. Masks are simple, they are cheap, they are effective. This is not mere opinion. This is the informed consensus of our scientists and our doctors. If your kid isn't wearing a mask, if you are sitting in that lobby with no mask on, intimidating the people who come through, you are needlessly endangering everyone around you. This is reckless, it is selfish, it will help the virus spread, it will get people killed. It undermines all of our work and sacrifice. It is the opposite of our values. I ask you all to protect our kids and community, enforce a strict mask mandate.
Thank you. All right, next.
In the spring, we made a decision to send one of our children to an LISD high school this school year. This is the first time either one of my children have attended a public school. We did this after being informed of the district COVID policies back in June. The policies were green, mask optional, and red, mask recommended. We were informed that these were the policies for the 21-22 school year, and I was impressed to see a strong and clear message from the LISD board. 2 weeks ago, we attended our child's orientation, a packed theater of several hundred parents, mostly maskless. It was a wonderful welcome to the school, and we were excited to be a part of the community. The assistant principal reviewed the COVID policy, specifically citing the governor's executive order, and also said they would not change for the year. It's disparaging to see the board suddenly flip-flop after a handful of districts decided to defy the governor's mandate. Was it not the governor's mandate that you cited last year to require masks? It would seem that this is a precedent that you would need to follow. It's discouraging that you cannot provide a clear and consistent message to your community. I know what you want is unity, acceptance, fiscal responsibility, and academic excellence at LISD. Requiring face masks is not the way to do this. Covering a child's airway is harmful to the child in so many ways, and it's incredibly divisive for parents, for faculty, for students. Please consider respecting every parent's right to choose the best health precautions for their own child. This is your time to lead your community to inclusiveness.
Nicole?
Hi there. Sadly, to our disappointment, the masks didn't come off until after school was finished in 2021. However, we stayed hopeful for this fall semester. Our son developed headaches and asthmatic breathing pattern that reminded me of my asthmatic smoker late father and didn't return to normal breathing patterns until 8 weeks after school let out. We even gave our school nurse a recommendation from our pediatrician for a shield instead of mask. All the kids that didn't have the opportunity of tutors fell behind because of the delay in school. This district's virtual learning program is still not getting superb development in their education while watching a teacher or sub, in our case, masked while communicating curriculum. Of course, it should be a choice to wear a mask, and it was, and then it wasn't, and yet it is. I listened to Senator Charles Schwertner today, who is also a physician, speak about his expertise on masks this afternoon. He did state today at 1 that for kids in classrooms, it just becomes ineffective. One amazing benefit to all of this is that we are teaching our son that he has rights regarding Abbott's executive order from June, and regardless of an illegitimate mask out form, the executive order overrides this lawless requirement. If you're just people-pleasing in our district for votes or for governmental district funding, please don't use the children of the district that you represent as political pawns. Biden says masks and vax issues aren't political, but yet he's all political, and maybe his administration is not the best role model for local school districts. Thank you.
Nicole? Sorry, Claudia?
We have a whole bunch of emotions and a lack of facts. And if you plan on overriding a parent's authority, you better arrive with facts. So here are some facts. It's difficult to take the board seriously on this mask issue when a teacher sends me a picture of Gloria at a rally without a mask during the early months of the so-called pandemic. Fast forward to the present, we have Gloria calling parents names because they don't want to wear a mask. Rules for thee, not for me. Let's take a look at Wilco's population, roughly about 590,000. Total affected, 49,500. What's that percentage of the infected in Wilco? 0.084%. Those who have sadly passed in Wilco from the Rona, 516. What's the percentage of fatality because of the Rona in Wilco? 0.00087%. Here are the numbers for the Leander ISD. The total number of students enrolled in Leander ISD is roughly 41,000. Per the Leander ISD tracker of students who tested positive for the Rona are 351 students. What's the percentage of the students infected? 0.0085%. Let me end on this note. I noticed that the math proficiency of Leander ISD students is 65% within the district. That's a failing grade. No wonder you're in a panic over the Rona D. The board can't research and do simple math. I focus on concentrating on math and less on virtue signaling and social justice. You don't get to tell us what we can do. We, the people, the parents, have the ultimate authority, not you. Oh, did you mouth something, Gloria, this time? Was it?
Please. Not appropriate, y'all. Let's work on this. Board members, we are going to take Audience, I will remind you that this is a meeting of the board. We are going to take a recess now for 10 minutes, and we will come back in a bit. Y'all wanted to take a break? Is that right? I thought. Okay, 10 minutes. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 8:31, and we'll continue with our public testimony. All right, board members, we'll go ahead and start with our next round of speakers. We've got Neetha, Krista, Mame, and David. Neetha. Neethala? Oh, Neitha. Okay. Krista? Krista's here. Awesome. Yeah, just one more time. Marn and David. Marnie, M-A-R-N-E. Oh, Marnie. Awesome. Thank you, Marnie. Krista, Marnie. David. David McAshen and Zach Collier. David McAshen and Zach Collier. All right. Well, we'll see who we've got here. Are you Zach or David? David. Okay, so we're missing Zach. So we can just put that on our notes. Speakers, please remember to speak to the board when you're speaking. And at 1 minute 30, when you hear that chime, please be on the last word of your testimony. All right, thank you. Neetha, whenever you're ready.
I'm Krista. Is that okay? Okay. I'm here to ask that the mask opt-out be eliminated except in rare cases of medically documented health or developmental circumstances. All other staff, students, and visitors should be required to wear masks indoors. Every minute that a mask is in place helps mitigate the spread of COVID-19. Protect our families, our staff, and our students. Require mask. These mandates require great leadership on your part. Do not be afraid of this irresponsible minority. Wearing a mask. Can I have those seconds back?
Please just keep speaking and then we'll...
Wearing a mask in public spaces is not a personal choice, it's a public health choice. When you refuse to mask up, you're increasing everyone's risk of catching a potentially deadly, disabling disease. These irresponsible citizens perpetuate the social and economic costs of this pandemic. Do the right thing and mandate masks in Leander ISD. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Audience, if we end up interrupting a speaker, I will need to stop and start time over again. I think that's going to be the best way for me to proceed, so let's try not to interrupt each other. Again, let's move over to Marnie.
Hi, my name is Marnie Litton and 2 of my children attend LISD. My kids just want to go to school to learn. Remember those things called math, science, reading, and writing? However, you have caused a divide among parents, children, and community members. You continue to shove political agendas down the throat of families and children. It's sickening. My 6-year-old had to get tested for COVID 6 times last year because of a headache caused by her mask. She came home with a headache every single day and depressed. Not one test was positive, by the way. You have put our children in an impossible situation, and I refuse to raise them and have them to be raised to live in fear. You say adults should lead by example, but shame on you. I guess I will tell my kids they only need to follow the laws and rules when they feel like it, just like you did regarding the governor's executive order. Unfortunately, I know no matter what I say or what facts I spew out, your mind is already made up. So instead of charts and graphs, I brought you a book. It's called The Constitution of the United States. It also has the Bill of Rights and the Federalist Papers. This book gives me and you the freedom to breathe oxygen, to make decisions and choose what is right for me and my family. I will be sure and leave this book for you because obviously you all need a refresher on American freedoms. By the way, none of us are anti-maskers, we are anti-dictatorship. Wear one if you want, that's your right. Just like this book gives us the freedom to choose not to. And lastly, if, as you stated, 90 to 94% are wearing masks, why are there outbreaks? I thought they worked.
David, whenever you're ready, there's a button there.
Thank you for hearing me. I have an 8-year-old daughter who was diagnosed with epileptic seizures about 2 years ago. It took us 5 months and multiple hospital stays to get them under control. Our doctor warned us that any high fever can cause a higher chance of the seizures coming back. I'm here to ask that LISD follow the CDC guidelines and require masks indoors to help prevent the spread of the disease. I believe that requiring everyone to wear masks is essential because we are not only worried about my daughter getting sick with COVID, but also that the hospitals will not have the capacity if there are any other issues. While I do believe in personal choice, I also believe that health crisis is a time for communities to rally together to overcome community issues. A mask mandate in schools will help prevent the infections at the schools. All students will still be able to receive the in-person learning and social growth that they need. We saw the struggles and harm to mental and social health for us all from last year's remote learning, so we have been looking forward to in-person learning. I am frustrated that we do have to follow these precautions, but I firmly believe that these are temporary measures. Vaccines will bring a large measure of relief to this we need, though local statistics of vaccinations, infections, and hospitalizations should drive the decision on when to lift the mask mandate. Thank you.
All right, thank you, panel. All right, that's it. Thank you. We'll call in our next speakers. Zach didn't come earlier, but we'll still ask one more time for Zach. Todd Nagel, Holly Attic, and Matthew McDonald. Zach, Todd, Holly, and Matthew. Okay, do we have a Zach? Zach? Okay, Zach Collier. Todd Nagel? No Todd? Holly? Okay. All right. And then Matthew McDonald. No Matthew? Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and start with, I guess, well, let me go ahead and call up the next two. A-T-H-S-O-L-E? Olson? At Soleil. That's fabulous. At Soleil? Okay. All right. Well, we've got 3 seats. Let's go ahead and go with that. Speakers, please. Oh, no. That's fine. Sit right down there. They were great. And you, sir, are Matt McDonald. Wonderful. Okay, speakers, when it comes your time to speak, we're just going to go from here over across the way, one at a time, because I'm going to mix up your names, and let's just not worry with that. You have a button to press. Press that button, that little one with the microphone, when you get ready to speak. And then remember, at 1 minute and 30, make sure the last word you want to say is at that 1 minute 30 when you hear that chime. And remember to speak to us, not to the audience. Thank you, and you can begin when you're ready.
That's it? All right, board, Dr. Gearing, sup? Thanks for doing this. When I was the PTA president, I was stressed up, awake all night, trying to decide whether or not to rain delay a 5K run for elementary kids. This is a bigger thing that you're doing, so thanks for that. But so I see some bad news and some good news here. The bad news is that a mandate with an opt-out is really just a strong suggestion, and strong suggestions got us 131 cases reported today. The good news is, though, that we didn't elect you to just count up citizens' comments and emails and then just do whatever the highest number says. We know you're here elected for your judgment. To, of course, listen to all of us, absolutely, but then to listen to the experts and make the best call to address the issue that's actually at hand. Okay, so you've got this. And let's see, I have 30 seconds. I'll just add, my kid can't catch shellfish allergies or peanut allergies by sitting at the same lunchroom table with somebody who has one. That's it.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. My name is Atsule Olson, and I'm a proud parent of a graduate of LISD from 2020 and a current student who attends a school in the district. We are glad that LISD is following the government's Executive Order GA38 and is respecting the governor's executive order. My son, who attended in person for the academic year 2020-2021, had breathing issues at the end of the school year, having to wear a mask 7.5 hours 5 days a week. He came home from school and was struggling to breathe for at least 45 minutes. He also had headaches very often after coming back from school. My family appreciates that the administration has been respectful of our choices and following the governor of the state of Texas executive order. In the event that you vote to mandate and not follow the executive order, you should not expect us and our children to follow your mandate, as we will only be practicing what you are practicing, that is, not following the governor's executive order. Are we going to get it Yes, this will not be going away since we live in a globalized society. We absolutely cannot live in paralyzed fear, but live our lives as we choose. There will always be differences in opinion and those choosing selective science to push their science, but as board members and elected officials who are supposed to represent everyone in the community, one expects a decorum that needs to be practiced and a balance that has to be met.
Hi, thank you for all you do. My name is Holly Attic, and I have 2 children, age 8 and 10, in LISD. When school started in 2020, there were 4,401 active cases in the area. Today, there are 13,141 active cases in our area. 4 of my friends' elementary children were exposed at school last week, and they are all saying, should I keep them home? Will I keep them home? Will I keep quarantining when there's no virtual option for them? The answer is no. People will not quarantine, and they will send their children to school. Of my 4 friends, only 1 child is home today quarantining. So I ask us all, if known positive cases or potential positive cases are going to be at school on a daily basis with no social distancing, how do we want them there? The answer is simple. We want them to come to school masked, especially now that schools are legally authorized to have a mask mandate, at least temporarily, for the public health measure by our Texas Supreme Court. 2021 is not the same as 2020. Delta has a 4 times higher transmission and it has been likened to measles. The efficacy of masks will always be debated. However, some things are not debatable. Number 1, masks are most effective when everyone is wearing them and wearing them properly. And number 2, in my school at Cypress Elementary, there was not a single case last year in school transmission because even though we had cases, everyone was masked. Thank you very much.
My name is Matt McDonald. I've been a teacher for 25 years, the last 21 years here in LISD. Last year, for the last 18 months, we've basically done everything that you've asked us to do. We've masked up, we've wiped desks down, we've social distanced. We did hybrid classes, which was a dismal failure. And I, for one, am here to tell you, I will not be wearing a mask when I go to work tomorrow or any day after that. This disease has less than a 2% mortality rate, and I'm not going to subject myself to something that has a 98 to 99% survival rate. I'm not going to enforce mask mandates on my students. They're a demographic that have less than a 0.25% impact with this disease. I'm going to send my kids to school with or without mask, as that will be their choice. You do not have a right to make medical decisions for your constituents. You're not doctors, you're politicians, is basically what you are. You were elected to serve your constituents, and that's us. If people want to mask up, if they want to protect their kids, that's their business, that's their prerogative. There will be no shaming either way in my classroom. But you do not have the right to make medical decisions for your constituents. For years, I've had to listen to people say, my body, my choice. Now it's my turn. My body, my choice.
All right, our next 4 speakers will be Sarah, Mel, Susan, and Stephanie. Sarah, Mel, Susan, and Stephanie will be our next 4 speakers up. Sarah, Mel, Susan, and Stephanie. Stephanie Brookue, yeah. All right. And since we have all the 4 speakers on here that I've called, rather than calling out each by name, we'll just start on this end, go to the end. Speakers, please remember to direct your comments to the board, not to the audience. And when it hits 1:30, please be on your last word. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for this time to speak. My daughter has autism and attended Leander School District. She has high anxiety and she has speech issues and attends speech through the school district. Making children wear a mask 7 hours a day, not being able to see a teacher's mouth is horrible decision. I don't care what they claim about health. Children are not spreading COVID, adults are. And children, if the children contract COVID and spread it, the whole world will be just done right now, because we would have not had a chance to survive this sickness and disease. They already lost 1/4 of school. They're really behind. The outcome of this mask mandate is disastrous and catastrophic for them academically, psychologically, and physically. And whatever that lady claimed here about mentally is not true, because my daughter has high stress, high anxiety, she has autism, and she cries for me to not wear a mask. And I never have made her wear a mask. And we never got COVID yet, so hopefully we won't, but I never wear a mask most of the time. My friends that wear a mask got COVID. So we never know. I don't go in HEB asking people, do you have COVID? You wearing your mask? How would I know if they have COVID? How would I know if they have COVID or have a mask? People have vaccines and wear a mask today. They choose that. So if you are afraid, people that wear a mask, I'm not supposed to address them, sorry. You can wear a mask. It's your freedom. Go ahead. But leave those who don't, and you can do school online right now, because the school district has pulled teachers to do that. And last thing is, school board members should not be going online and call parents that don't disagree with them pendejos, assholes. And that's what your school member is.
Mel? I'm sorry, our next speaker is...
I'm a grandmother, and I have 2 young grandchildren here going to LA ISD. I follow the science, not scientism. I want to bring your attention to an article that just came out today by David Zweig from the New York Magazine, not a conservative magazine. He spoke about and interviewed several people from the CDC, and the CDC introduced a large-scale study in American schools. It included 90,000 participants, half masks, half without, teachers and students. Findings were not widely reported. They checked the distance barriers, the mask, put fresh ventilations in these schools, or the facilities where they did the testing, and the measures that were taken were deemed by the CDC, who you all follow, to be ineffective. This is just out. And the World Health Organization is completely against the masks, speaking against the CDC. If you look in European countries, throughout Europe, Italy, India, all of them, they are not recommending masks to young children. This is by the World Health Organization. These are facts. Also, Brown University just came out with a study about how infants and young children have tested this year 21% less effective in their IQ.
All right. Thank you, Mel. Thank you. We need Susan next to be our speaker, or whoever's next right here.
My name is Sarah Canny, and I have 2 children in the school district here, and I come to you today as a concerned parent. Forcing a child to wear a mask for 6 to 8 hours every day is child abuse, and it's illegal. I want all the mandates removed and to stay removed. I'm concerned about the physical damage that will be done to forcing our children wearing a face mask with spit and sweat soaked in that mask all day, every day, growing all this bacteria, breathing that in. Last year, my child, after athletics, had to wear a mask in the shower, a face mask in the shower after athletics. Can you imagine the common sense? Are you insane? I am concerned about the physical damage by teaching our children to be afraid that they're possibly going to kill somebody by not wearing a mask, the air that they breathe, the people and the germs. By the way, the germs and the bacteria, these are good for us. This is good for our immune system. You're depleting our children, the growing bodies of this immune system we're trying to grow and help them grow as children. I'm concerned about the developing immune system. The flu kills more kids than COVID. We've never had a mask mandate for the flu. Masks don't work. CDC did a study from 1946 to 2018 stating masks worn outside of a healthcare setting show no effectiveness to stop the spread of an influenza virus. Virus particles are way too small. They go right through it, okay? The masks raise carbon dioxide levels. They lower your oxygen. They are a great breeding ground for bacteria.
Stephanie?
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Stephanie and I am a parent of students here in Leander ISD. I realize that this has become a polarizing issue, and following the advice of our public health officials should not be polarizing. Last year, the most reported cases in 1 week was 130. This was back in the good old days when COVID did not actually affect our younger population and was not aggressively communicable. During 2021, our district put many successful things together to prevent the spread, keep our students safe and healthy. Mask mandates helped reduce the spread of COVID. Yes, there were cases at schools, but your data showed there was very little spread from in-school exposure. We grew and learned more about COVID as it grew and learned more about us and moved on to more aggressively communicable ways. We met the peak from January of 2021 this week already. It's Monday. I don't care that there are more kids on campus. Even if you triple it, if we keep going at the increases we've seen, we are going to pass it if you account for the difference in students on campus. Because vaccinated people can still get sick and spread disease, even if they have a much milder case, COVID does now affect our younger students who do not have access to vaccines. I'm asking that you consider the lives of our pre-K through 6th grade students. Thank you.
Thank you, panel. All right, we'll go ahead and call up our next four speakers. Mark Meckler, Elijah Carey, Hunter Pontius, Christy ISA. Mark, Elijah, Hunter, and Christy. Mark, Elijah, Hunter, and Christy. Well, we've got 3. We're missing somebody. All right, Mark. Who's Mark? Mark, okay. Elijah? Okay. And then Christy? Okay, then we're missing Hunter. We'll mark that note. All right, we'll go ahead and begin. Mark, whenever you're ready. Remember, audience, when you're speaking, speak to the board, not to the audience at 1:30. When it hits that 30 and you hear the bell, let that be your last word. Thank you.
Thank you for being here and for giving me a few moments to speak. I travel all over the country as a constitutional lawyer and political activist, and I have to say the level of tyranny I'm seeing here at home in Texas is outrageous. For any of you that would support this, that would vote to support this mandatory mask mandate against the governor's order, you are lawless. You are teaching our children how to be dishonest. You have misled parents. You have told parents that they can opt out. You've hidden how to opt out from them. You didn't send it to them. Kids go to school, they're pressured to wear masks. It's not legal. You're operating in a lawless way, and that's what you're teaching our children. I'll say it quite frankly to those of you that put children in masks all day long, you are child abusers. This is child abuse. There is not a single study that says that masks are effective from preventing COVID transmission on a mandatory basis in schools. Not one. The National Institute of Health in England just said this openly. Not one in the entire world, and yet there are numerous studies, and we all know as parents from common sense, your kids need to see your faces to learn. They need to see your faces to develop. And in fact, if you were to design a scientific study to deprive kids 8 hours a day of seeing a human face, and you tried to get that to pass protocol, you would lose your medical license. You would be arrested for child abuse. And quite frankly, if you pass this mask mandate, if you support this, you should be arrested for child abuse because you are child abusers.
Shame on you! Shame on you!
I want to thank you for letting me speak. My name is Elijah Carey. And I want to start by acknowledging that this is a very difficult time for all of us on both sides of this issue. My mother died of COVID at the start of the pandemic last October, but I'm actually remarkably optimistic at this time. I think there's lots of reasons to be hopeful that we are at the nearing the end of this terrible period in history. The vaccine rollout has been impressive and continues to accelerate, but I have 3 small kids under the age of 12. 2 are proud Cypress cheetahs, excuse me. And as an engineer, I'm a big subscriber and believer in science, and I recognize that the science on this continues to evolve and change, and I congratulate you and celebrate your willingness to adapt and change as the evidence produced by the scientific community evolves. And I endorse and encourage the continued mask mandate and the removal of the opt-out policy. At this time, those kids under the age of 12 do not have the opportunity to get a vaccine. We're in the home stretch. This is not the time to take your eye off the ball. Stay the course, enforce the mask mandate, enforce sensible reforms like outdoor lunches and social distancing so that we can keep our kids safe during this final stretch of time until the pediatric vaccine is more readily available. So thank you all very much for your time and consideration.
My name is Christy. Everyone on this board already has their opinion made up. I'm here to voice my concern. Several parents have signed the opt-out form so our children can go to school mask-free. I feel every parent should decide what is best and right for their own family. I think the board should have an obligation today to uphold the right to a free choice. If the decision today is reversed and our children are forced to mask up, then LISD just collected data on every parent who chose not to mask their children. What was the point of collecting the data and how will it be used? Children need to be able to breathe and enjoy life. The school district nor school board should force my children to wear a mask. Do you know how dirty masks are after you wear them all day? How many times a day do children itch their face with their dirty hands and tug on their mask on the inside and outside? We should be talking about hand washing. I think you would have more parents complying to hand washing with soap and water a few times per day versus mask wearing. Everyone can agree that hand washing kills germs and it's important, and I'm not talking about hand sanitizer. If you wear a mask day after day, you're putting pathogens in your system and lungs, and it could cause more harm than good. If you sneeze, that can cause bacteria on your mask. Then you breathe germs in all day. How many elementary, middle school, and high school parents make sure their children's masks are clean and they are wearing a clean one every day to school? Have you ever smelt your mask after you wore it all day, then grabbed the same mask and wore it a few more days? Masks weaken our children's immune system. There is nothing healthy about wearing a mask. My final thought is, I don't make decisions for my children, so why are you
All right, we need our next, thank you very much for all you panel speaking. We need our next 4 speakers. We need Francisco Prado, Delaney, Jennifer Fields, and Lisa Hill. Francisco, Delaney, Jennifer Fields, and Lisa Hill. I'm going to keep calling names if we're not. Oh, sure. Francisco Prada, Delaney, Delanie, Jennifer Fields, and Lisa Hill Savignon, Sauvageau. I added an N in that last name. That's not correct. So those are the next 4 names. Okay, and we'll be moving on to Kyla then. Kayla, okay, we'll move on to Kayla as well. All right. All right, let me make sure we know who we have though. Kayla, and you are Delaney and Francisco. Awesome. Francisco, if you want to start, remember when y'all start, speak up to the board, not to the audience. When it hits 1 minute and 30 seconds, you hear that chime, please finish your last word. Thank you. Oh, and press the button. Just a second. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Francisco Prado. I'm a father of 2, and my sister Maria is a mother of 5 in the Leander School District. Let's start with the simple fact that why we're gathered here tonight discussing a mask mandate, which I clearly oppose. This issue is ridiculous. It is against the law and freedom of choice. We are becoming a lawless land at all levels, and what grants you the right to override Governor Abbott's executive order and my parental rights. It's over-the-top hypochondria and is creating a much more dangerous situation for children than the virus itself. This is absurd. The truth is most kids do not wear masks properly in a hygienic way. They're just hanging all over the place. Breathing constantly through the day in these masks is also leading to a dangerous buildup of bacteria, detrimental lack of oxygen, and negatively affecting their health. The lack of effectiveness can be traced to the gaps between the mask and our faces, and also that COVID is under 1 micron in size. The masks are completely ineffective. I have plenty of references here that I can show you that I'm happy to share with you if you even care to see the results. It really is clearly that you already kind of made up your mind by the slides that we saw before here. Okay, so there's plenty of studies that oppose the mask wearing from individuals rather than opinion.
Where's the doctor you invited that takes the side of no mask? I'd like to see that person come up. Okay. First, I'd like to thank Leo for being here. Thank you so much for your service. It's nice to see your faces. I speak on behalf of my child and all teachers and staff who are afraid of losing their jobs if they speak up. There are many, many. Ages 0 to 19 have a 99.9% chance of surviving. The opt-out form needs to be on the front page of the LISD website and every front page of every school. Evidently, you're not wanting us to find it. Shame on you, or you're afraid of an army rising up, because here we're coming. You do not have the authority or power to control my child. Enough is enough. I decide what's best for him. You do not. School is to educate our kids in core studies, not to push political propaganda on them. When is this going to end? What next? The vax, CRT, because I saw the CRT coming around as well. I'll be here fighting for those two, or against those two. Just like the mask, the vax does not prevent you from transmitting or contracting the virus. Basic hygiene, wash your hands, stay at home if you're sick, keep your child at home if you're afraid. God has given our bodies the ability to fight with strong immune systems, but those will only get stronger by good hygiene and exposure, not by masks. Masks are weakening their systems. We sent out kids to pre-K and kindergarten, and they came back homesick all the time, but as they grew, so did their immune system. This mask creates more anxiety and high blood pressure. The long-term effects are on you. This is a political scheme, and we see right through it. We choose to not live in fear. God has given us a spirit of fear, but not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and of sound judgment. We have sound judgment.
All right, our next speaker would be Kyla Cashin. So Kyla, when you're ready, hit your button.
Okay, I am going to attempt filtering out my emotional choice of words. Due to inconsistency regarding COVID, the do's and don'ts is the reason my trust in anything said to protect my family and myself is up to me, not the government, and neither of you. Trish, you recently celebrated your son's 13th birthday maskless. You recently went to Burt Beans in 2021 in March, and I can keep going. I have pictures to prove that. And so you can if either of you are concerned about the kids, please state each of my kids' names. What are my kids' names? If you care about the kids, what are my kids' names? If you cannot do that, I ask that you leave the decision-making up to me as their mothers. Kids should not be used for anyone's political gain. Leave mine out of your agenda. Education is not neutral, even from a secular standpoint. Social agendas in the last 60 years or so are gaining momentum, and academic interests are taking a backseat while our children are being indoctrinated with values not our own. I contemplated coming here tonight because, one, y'all could really give a crap. All of y'all are staring at us with no remorse at all, zero. And I took my kids out of school on the 17th. So that was after 2 years of homeschooling my kids. I decided to put them here. That should tell you something. So the realest reality in this entire world is that COVID is never going to go away. So are we supposed to wear masks until when? When are we supposed to wear masks?
All right, thank you very much. This panel. We'll call for Julie, Evan. Oh, yes. Okay. Sure. Okay, let's bring Jennifer in. Jennifer Fields? All right. So we've got Jennifer. And then we have Lisa Hill. No, Jennifer, go ahead. You can sit right there. Thank you. Jennifer. John, do we have Lisa Hill? Okay, do not have Lisa Hill. We'll go on to Julie Mullen. Evan Cooper. Rochelle. All right, we'll go ahead and we'll start at this end. Please remember when you're speaking to speak to the board, not to the audience. When the bell chimes at 1:30, please be on your last word. Thank you.
My name is Jennifer.
Oh, Jennifer, please press your button on your speaker. Yep, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. My name is Jennifer. I didn't hear a whole lot of people because most of us were kept outside. It was a little hard to hear everybody speak, but I did hear one person that, a psychologist that talked about that there wasn't any findings for emotional, how this affects kids' emotional, the mask. And she's wrong, or she listened to this on fake news, because my son is an ICAP, and he's one of many kids that it affects. My son has developed, he has a lot of anxiety because he had to go and wear a mask. It's been really difficult for him. He has trouble breathing, and the mask keeps him from breathing even more. And so he would start ditching school, missing the school bus, and his behavior would act up. So whatever she said is absolutely incorrect. There are other people that has felt the same way and has gone through it. He would rather do virtual than wear a mask, but he doesn't want to. He wants the school experience. He wants the high school experience that he's being cheated out of because of wearing masks. He can't handle it emotionally, mentally, and the fact that people say if you don't want to wear a mask and go virtual, that's not fair to him either. So there needs to be something that could help kids like my son.
I'm speaking on behalf of another parent. I'm continually asked you to stop the divisiveness that is spewing in this district. I watch and attend just about every board meeting. I've heard you discuss the lack of trust between the community and the district and the importance of strengthening and improving trust. However, it seems like only words because actions prove differently. Again, I was listening to the last board meeting when I got a text from the district to implement a temporary mask mandate from our superintendent of all people. I had just heard him say, and I quote, "I would like to summarize my thoughts on masks specifically to make sure our approach so far is clear, so the governor in our current structure in the state of Texas has the ability to issue executive orders. We do have Executive Order GA 38, which does not allow us as a school district to mandate masks, and we are going to follow the governor's executive order," end quote. What happened between Friday when the superintendent voiced his opinion and Monday when he implemented a mask mandate? When are we going to start cleaning house? I want to see resignations. By saying he will follow the law and then instantly turn around and defy it, how is this creating any trust? Now parents are angry on both sides. One is furious that he would go against his word and mandate masks, and the other side is angry because he doesn't have the authority to enforce it. The executive order being mask optional is the compromise. I'm asking that you let that choice be of that of the individual's families. It is the least divisive. It was confirmed today that Leander ISD counts confirmed labbed cases as well as probable cases in the district COVID count. That is deceptive. What is the reason for this? Is it to inflate the rate of cases being reported? Transparency and truth is what all families and staff need in order to make the best decisions for their loved ones. How can you compare last year's numbers to that of this year's when so many were virtual last year?
Okay, hello, I'm Evan Cooper, and this whole thing is a little bit crazy to me. My little brother has autism, and he has a hard time sitting at school for 6 hours a day with a mask on. And it's very difficult for him to sit home and do the virtual school as well, so it's almost as if you're cheating him out of an education. I myself really despise the fact that I'm being made to sit there with a face diaper over my mask, over my mouth for 6 hours a day sitting in school every single day. It gets gross, it gets nasty. I hate sitting there with the gunk that's in afterwards. You have to clean it. Wearing a cloth that you wear over your face every single day cannot be sanitary for you. I have to go and work out and then go to do stuff after school. The entire process is an entire ordeal that's just adding on to the schoolwork that I already have to do. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rochelle, and I have 2 kids. One is in kindergarten and another is in 2nd grade, and we were very excited to start school this year. Last year, I decided to homeschool because, my belief was I didn't want to put my kids through having a mask. So we homeschooled, we did that, and then we were excited. We're like, yay, this is the year, we're gonna go back. We're not gonna have to wear a mask, it's our choice. It's my choice as a parent to decide if my child is going to wear a mask. The reason why I decided my children should not wear a mask, they're kids. They're gonna put the mask on the ground, they're gonna pick it up, they're gonna throw it all over the place. Second, carbon dioxide, Teflon. These are the things that our children are going to be breathing. That is not healthy for them. So I understand you think COVID's coming out here and this mask is gonna protect it. It's not going to protect it. The mask is going to probably cause more harm on our kids because they're breathing in carbon dioxide. Don't we have these machines out here in the schools to test for this carbon dioxide? I don't understand. Where's the common sense in this? And we're now covering our kids' face. That doesn't make sense. Second, Governor Abbott put this executive order. This is against the law. You understand that it is against the law. So shame on you for doing this to us parents last minute. You have no right. You cannot take my right as a parent from choosing what I decide to do, what is right for my child. Now, I know I'm fired up, but I do want to say this. I do believe that it's okay if you decide to wear a mask. It's fine. That is your choice.
All right, we have our next four speakers, I believe. Wynn, Renee Kennedy, Sharon, and Jay Bell. Wynn, Renee Kennedy, Sharon, and Jay Bell. Wynn, Renee, Sharon. Do I not see is Jay Bell? Jay Bell. Wynn, Iwin, A-I-W-E-N. Oh, yes. If you want to come over here. They didn't have a last name in here, so I apologize. Right over here is fine. It's okay, we're going to go ahead and start at this end and go down to the end. Speakers, remember to speak to the board, not to the audience, and when you hear the bell, be on your last word of your statement. Thank you.
I think we all realize that COVID-19 is not going to go away, and this masks are not sustainable. This is not a system that's going to work. We have to stop it now. We have to stop hiding our children's feelings. The children have to be able to see the teacher's mouths. I'm a dyslexic. Both of my children are dyslexic. I'm a visual learner. I have to have that. My children have to have that. That's what we need in our schools. I'm sorry. I'm done.
Do you like your job? Do you like your job? Because guess what? All the people in this room, most of us anyway, I'd say about 85%, and all the people outside, you're going to be fired. How about that? You're going to be fired. You know what, sweetheart? You can squint those cute little eyes of yours, and I don't care. I do not care. You know what I mean? But your job is done, okay? I'm going to tell you right now. It is so done. I'm going to pull a Trump, too, right now. I'm going to pull a Donald Trump on you right now. Woke, you know, woke, I'm sure about half of y'all know what that means. Turns to shit. How about that? It turns to shit. And that's what this is, shit. That's it. You got that right, baby. I'm a veteran daughter and a veteran wife. Remember it.
All right, let's make sure we don't have feedback. Still
Thank you for having me. I will keep this short because pretty much everything has been said. But to be honest, this meeting should only be about one thing. I think a lot of emotions have been shared, and we've heard many facts. But this comes down to, should we or should we not have a mask mandate? That's not even a question. Like, your job as a board is quite obviously to oversee the properties within the district, the personnel, and, oh my goodness, student education. That is nowhere do you get to decide what I put on my child regarding COVID especially. So I just want to say, which is really funny, a couple days before school started, we were able to meet my daughter's kindergarten teacher. And I explained to the teacher, hey, my daughter is a little bit advanced. We even considered opting her out and testing her out of kindergarten into the first grade. I don't know whether she would have passed, but I let my teacher or her teacher know this to be aware that she might get bored. She looked at me and said, I'm so grateful you didn't. There are so many social things that she learns in kindergarten. I came home and I said, that is the most ironic thing, is she's wearing a mask. And then now, with the mandate, 9 out of 10 kids are wearing masks. Parents get the choice. Nobody's saying that parents cannot send their kids with masks, but you get the choice.
Can you press your button, please, so we hear you on the mic button? The one on the right.
First, I want to say that, among all you guys in here, probably wear out just like us. And all the masks you're wearing, either you're a patron for your school, for the thing, it's actually not really professional. If you're going to a health professional, the one you're wearing the white might be one it's a little bit better. So the mask is just doesn't show anything other than fear. It's not healthy for breathing. There are some people have issue with it. And my kid was having school remote in the beginning, and she started to do her fingernail biting, because that's coming from a quarantine, staying home. So now her fingernails are all gone at school, even with wearing a mask before, so she's biting. That's health, mentally have a problem. Second, if I want to say, everybody probably has seen the name. If y'all don't know, probably know better than I can spell, that this is a substitute of a mask, because if you take this, it's cheaper for anybody. You don't have to have medical care, medical aid, anything that can help. So this is a substitute. Lastly, if you all think that vaccine can solve the problem, we have been wearing masks, and nobody actually worked. My grandparents-in-law actually just got COVID, even they got a vaccine. And they didn't believe me because they discredited me, that's fine. But they still got, just yesterday we got a Zoom talk, and they're the one actually have the Delta, both of them. They're almost up to 80 years old. So the point is where the mask leads to.
All right, so we have our next speakers. All right, Jay, I think is already done, so I believe we have Sherry Fulmer, Robin, Sophia, and David. We're getting down enough towards the end of our list here. I believe we have probably 2 or 3 more panels to go. We'll see who shows up. Sherry, Robin, Sophia, and David. John, are we missing anybody, or? Okay, so I know Sherry then, Robin, Sherry Fulmer, Robin Denio, D-E-N-I-O, Sophia. No Sophia? Okay, David. Oh, we got one. David's here. Paul. Paul. Paul's here. Okay, Paul, Sophia. Louisa. Okay. Audience, please. We're almost there. All right. We're going to start on this end and go down towards the way. Please, you'll get 1:30. When you hear the bell, be on your last word. Remember to speak to the board, not to the audience. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David. I hope everybody's doing well. Firstly, this should not be this difficult. There's no definitive proof that the practice of wearing a mask makes any significant difference in the spread of disease. There is good evidence that wearing a mask for extended periods of time can be harmful to anyone, especially children. I'm sure you've heard many facts and figures tonight. I will speak about rights. As a human on this earth, I know what rights I have to speak freely, to take care of myself how I see fit, and to defend myself and those in my care by any means. More importantly is what rights I do not have. I do not have the right to harm another human being. I do not have the right to take another's property. I do not have the right to force another human being to do something against their will. All these rights and responsibilities I have just as every human being on this earth has, including all of you, regardless of your position or title. As far as I'm concerned, you have no power over anyone, and as you do not have my consent, there is no mandate of mask for my child. Ultimately, this is about cause and effect. Now you understand some rights you have, you the human have, and do not have, any decision you make must align with the truth, with a capital T. You will not threaten, harm, or force anything on our children. If you do, you can and will.
I have a bachelor's degree in science, and I've worked as a baccalaureate-educated registered nurse since 2006, and I have almost a decade of critical care experience. That being said, it does not matter what degrees one may have or one does not have. One does not have the right to coerce others into covering their faces, including under a guise of safety. It is a violation of medical ethics to coerce non-consenting individuals into medical devices, including masks. What happens to a generation of children when they are forced to cover their faces, taught to fear others, and be imposed to adult-induced germophobia? My son had been in speech therapy with LISD for 2 years and thrived prior to the start of school last year when he had to wear a mask for the first time in 2020. On the first day of school last year, his teacher could not understand him through his mask when he said he needed a hot lunch. Subsequently, he did not eat lunch on his first day of school last year. He was only in first grade. Additionally, he experienced a noticeable decrease in progression of his speech throughout last year. On a regular basis, when I picked him up from school last year, he demonstrated signs and symptoms of hypercapnia, which is increased carbon dioxide retention. He experienced confusion, lethargy, and nausea. All these symptoms would resolve within 30 minutes after removing the mask. This choice should be an autonomous one and not an unauthoritarian.
Sorry, just to confer for a minute. Good evening. It's wonderful theater we have, isn't it? Thank you, Bruce, for bringing us all together. I have so many wonderful friends now. And I thought I was going to have to wait until September. Well, as it is right now, Dr. Gearing is on the hook, and you are not. If you do make this crazy vote, you would be subjecting yourself to penalty by law, as Dr. Gearing already has done so. I ask you to not do that. Let choice be choice. It's in your best interest, but I can only warn people. I consider you guys friends. Interesting friends. And what's interesting is you guys, Dr. Gearing, and some other friends, some other districts who are also in financial trouble, as this district is $3 billion in debt. That is 3 with a B, folks, $3 billion in debt. And the other districts that also jumped on board with you, Dr. Gearing, were also majorly in debt within this state. And these new friends of mine keep telling me these numbers, and numbers don't lie, but people do.
All right, I think we're on our last panel, and I don't know if we have any more speakers. We have Louisa P. Eisberg, Brandy Berkman, and Marina Pilkasser. Do we have those speakers here? All right, if there is anybody who has not been called, this is the last panel. If there's somebody's name who has not been called and you registered and have not yet spoken, if you would please get over here with this gentleman and let him know so he can tell me. This is our last panel that we have for the evening. I have no other names to call after this. So if you are not, if you signed up and have not spoken and you need to get up here to speak, please let them know. Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and start. Remember to speak to the board, not to the audience. You have 1:30. When a bell chimes, please be on your last word. Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Brandy. Thanks for letting me be here. This board has diminished credibility due to your acquiescence of Bruce Gearing's illegal mask mandate. His illegal mask mandate only served to show his insubordination to this board's authority as elected officials and to state laws implemented by Governor Abbott. The superintendent's contempt for rules and laws sure sets a great example for our children. Parents have sat here before tonight and have cited Education Code 37.0023. Texas prohibits the use of aversive techniques, intentionally inflicting on a student significant physical or emotional discomfort or pain by impairing students' breathing, including procedures that involve obstructing the student's airway, including placing an object in, on, or over the student's mouth or nose. Furthermore, medical decision-making is solely the parent's decision. Education Code Chapter 26, parents are partners with educators, administrators, school board, district of trustees in their children's education. A board of trustees, administrator, or educator may not limit parental rights. FFAC legal. A school in which a minor student is enrolled may consent to medical treatment of that student, provided actual notice to the contrary has not been given by that person. Children that have been opted out of the school's illegal mask mandate, according to state policy, cannot now be forced to mask. My 16-year-old son has been shedding light on the lawlessness of the district when teachers have tried to coerce him into putting a mask on. After he told the teacher the district's actions weren't legal.
Thank you, Brandon. Right.
Your decision to institute a mask requirement is political, and it was done to make yourselves feel better. This decision was deceitful. You deceived parents who thought you could mandate masks, and you deceived parents who wished to opt out by hiding the opt-out options for parents and advising staff members to keep quiet about it. The following day, LISD staff members across the district coerced, manipulated, and oppressed children into wearing masks. Some LISD staff members continue to coerce young students into wearing masks against their parents' decision for something as simple as stickers. The fact is, our children are numbers to you. You need them in school for government funding. If their health and well-being was so important, you wouldn't need to use deceitful tactics such as padding COVID-positive case numbers with probables. You would have provided PPE and cleaning supplies for all schools, and most importantly, you would stay the hell out of how we parents choose to protect our children and keep them healthy. The fact of the matter is Governor Abbott's order is a controlling law in Williamson County prohibiting school district mandate masks. You will not decide what's best for our children. Mandating masks against GA38 is official oppression. Prepare for lawsuits. May God bless America.
Board members, it is 9:32 and the board will now go into the closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.074, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session. Thank you. All right, board members, it is 10:35, and we are back in open session. Do I have a motion from closed session?
Madam President, I move that the board direct the superintendent to rescind the mask mandate and to comply with Governor Abbott's executive order pending its ultimate legal resolution.
I have a motion from Aaron. Do I have a second from any other board member?
Second.
I have a motion from Aaron and a second from Alexis. Is there any other discussion? All right, board members, at this time, we will take a vote. All those in favor of the motion? The motion from Aaron, second from Alexis. All those in favor?
Hang on. Let's go back to discussion. And yes, it's 10:36, and quite honestly, I don't care if we're here till 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's just time to have a conversation. It was easier when we were talking about books, quite honestly. Everybody in our community has an opinion, and everybody in our community wants us to do the right thing. We do the right thing by some, we don't do the right thing by others. That's just how this game works. We have an executive order from our governor who says you will not institute a mask mandate. Whether I agree with that or not, I am bound to follow that executive order. That is until the Supreme Court of the state of Texas says, no, we are temporarily restraining that order from the governor. That is not my fight. That is the Texas Supreme Court and the governor of the state of Texas and the attorney general and whoever else in Austin that wants to get involved. That is their fight. I don't give shit less if you want a mask or you don't want a mask. I'm not in this for politics. I'm not in this to make friends with anybody. But let me tell you what I am livid about. Our community expects us to communicate with the community and take them along on this ride. That's why they put us in this office. And when we have a mandate that comes out and a opt-out form that at least 3 board members knew nothing about, that is not how this game works. We do not do this in a silo. And to some of the speakers' points tonight, yes, that was your decision, but I'm the one that has to pay the consequences. They elected me. Would I have supported this? Doesn't matter now, does it? So here we are. We have competing legal interest from our health departments, from every organization that has subject matter experts in the field of epidemiology, child health. All of them are saying one thing. I'm your neighbor. I'm a parent in this district. I am not Fauci. I am not the CDC. I have to do what I think is in the best interest of the greatest number of children while being mindful of those that are economically disadvantaged and historically underserved. What happens when I say, oh, I'm sorry, some military guy with almost 20 years of service who happened to be in Intel says it's all misinformation? Well, guess what? I'm at 24 years in the military. I'm on active duty right now. And guess what I'm doing? I'm working for the governor of the state of Texas to mitigate COVID. I sit in these report sessions every single day and listen to what is actually happening on the ground. For those that want to skewer me or any member of the board because you think this is political, please. This is not about politics. This is about me staying up at night trying to figure out what is in the best interest of the greatest number of children. I say, no, if you don't want to wear a mask, you don't have to wear a mask.
And people say, well, people should be free. They're going to do the right thing. We should allow them to do the right thing. If that were the case, we wouldn't have police officers, because we would just expect that everybody would do the right thing all the time. It is easy to sit out here and this is what I want, and I appreciate that. But you know what I've heard all night tonight? It is this way or it is this way, and there is no room for compromise. And for those that say the compromise is to either wear the mask or not, that's not a compromise for those that are immunocompromised. Folks, we are not being political about this. There is an executive order that I am duty-bound to follow. There is a Supreme Court action that says there's a temporary restraining order against that. I just want to be clear about what we're talking about here, because a lot of people came up tonight and said there's an executive order. No, there's a Supreme Court ruling right now that has said that that temporary restraining order is in effect statewide until the courts can figure it out. That puts the burden back on us. The burden is on us as a board, not on the superintendent and the administration to make the decisions without full consultation of the entire board. And then you do not put something on the website and conveniently leave off pieces that cause mass confusion. I had parents calling me saying, I heard it's a hoax. Well, I think it is, because I'm reading the website just like you. I don't have any new, oh, guess what? Yeah, there's this opt-out form. That is not how we do business as a board. If that's how we're going to do business as a board, we need to find somebody for this seat right here, because I will not spend any more of my time second-guessing stuff that I don't know what's going on when I'm the one that's being held accountable for the decisions. That's all I've got to say about that. I appreciate everybody that's here tonight. I don't agree with a lot of you. A lot of you don't agree with me. But you know what? We're having the conversation. Not everybody is going to be happy. Understand, I am just trying, like everyone else here, and like you are doing, to do what is in the best interest of our children. We have got to have grace for one another.
All right, so is there any other discussion among the board? All right.
Just a brief comment, Madam President. Jim is right. There is a temporary restraining order on the governor's executive order. That is not a statement that the executive order is invalid, but it creates a stay, a pause on the enforcement of that executive order. But that executive order is still an executive order. Are we obligated to follow the executive order? We're not. That's what the stay means. But it doesn't mean that the Supreme Court has said that it's incorrect, it's inappropriate, it's unconstitutional. We await that decision. It creates a moment where government entities can entertain a mask mandate, but with the understanding that that opportunity, that window could go away very suddenly and unexpectedly. My recommendation is that we stay the course and we follow the governor's executive order until the court ultimately rules on that executive order. We are all, I know each member of this board is interested in protecting all of our students. I don't want to expose any student in our district to an unsafe learning environment. But we don't have all the tools to ensure that that happens for every student. The environment that we were in a year ago is very different from the environment we're in today. The number of students in the same space, significantly higher than a year ago. The variant of the virus that's circulating in our community, very different from what we experienced a year ago, which means it's going to produce a different outcome. We shouldn't be surprised by that. There is a lot of science in these issues, but there is not a lot of consensus about some really important scientific questions in this issue. One of those is masks. As we understand the virus and its size and how it moves through the air, it's pretty clear, particularly for our youngest students, that the kind of masks they wear and the way that they wear them is not likely to prevent aerosolized virus particles from being passed from student to student or from teacher to student or student to teacher. No mask mandate is going to change that. Those particles are in the air because we breathe. They go in and out of our masks because we breathe. So I want to be really clear with our district that a mask mandate is not going to prevent kids from getting COVID. It may not even slow it down. I can't promise my community that making that decision is going to make anybody healthier. We have chosen to worship the mask because we don't really have anything else to hold on to. So I have a hard time saying to every parent in our district, I got this. I've got one answer that's going to work for everybody. We all wear masks all the time, because that's not an answer that works for everybody all the time. I'm not comfortable with that. So for me, letting parents make this decision for their children is the only way. Will COVID continue to spread if we make that decision? It will. Will it continue to spread if we mandate masks? It will. So what do we gain and what are we fighting for with a mask mandate? It doesn't make any sense to me. It's a false sense of security. And what are we paying for that false sense of security? Choice, freedom. So that's why the motion, that's where I'm at. I appreciate all sides on this issue. We're all trying to protect kids. We're also trying to protect individual liberties and parental rights.
We have dress codes, and we require certain types of clothing. We require certain things not be on clothing, and that's something that we've done for decades. Are we limiting people's freedom in doing those things? You can call it what you want. I think right now we don't know. There's a lot of unknowns, but we do know what the Williamson County Health Department's recommending, and we know what the Travis County Health Department's recommending, and we know what the American Association of Pediatric Medicine is recommending. And so having those, and I know that those people in those health departments, they're looking at data, and they're trying, and they're not saying that this is the shot, this mask is going to cure all or keep us all safe, but they're telling us it will slow spread, that it will help. And when we know that our beds are limited in our hospitals, and if we have a student that's in a car accident, we have a student that has an allergic reaction to something, and there's not a bed because we haven't slowed that spread, because we ignored the medical advice from local health authorities. That's not an option for me. I don't know, and we don't know. Like you said, we don't know if this mask is going to work. We're still waiting to kind of see. But we also know what the health departments have told us. We know what the local health departments are recommending. We know that.
One thing I will say is that in talking with teachers and talking with our school nurses and talking with parents that just want to maintain some safety, some sense of safety, even if this slows it down a little bit, shouldn't we try? I feel like it's our obligation to try, to at least give our students a chance to stay in person, to learn the best in person with their teachers, with their peers. It's not like we're asking anybody to go to war. We're asking you to wear a mask.
All right, there's a motion, a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 2 ayes, motion doesn't carry. Do I have another motion?
Yes, I have a motion of a board resolution to address health and safety due to the COVID pandemic. Whereas the Leander, it's a long one, so bear with me. Whereas the Leander Independent School District is charged with the primary responsibility of implementing the state's public education system. Whereas the board's policy, AE Local, includes an objective to provide safe, secure, and comfortable facilities conducive to productivity and learning for a rapidly growing student population. Whereas students under age 12 are currently not eligible to receive vaccinations to protect them from COVID-19. Whereas the Austin and Travis County area are experiencing significant numbers of COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations, and local health authorities have communicated that there is a rapid spread of the virus in our community and calls for the highest level of safety measure locally in order to save lives and conserve finite medical resources. Whereas increased cases of COVID-19 among our student population could lead to the need to quarantine widely or close school, which would negatively affect the ability of all students to participate in face-to-face learning. Now, therefore, the Board of Trustees of Leander Independent School District resolves that 1, the Board of Trustees, as a function of their governance responsibilities and local control as a political subdivision, requests and hereby authorize the superintendent to implement health and safety measures to address the potential danger of COVID-19 in our schools, including but not limited to masking requirements. Number 2, the Board of Trustees expects the district's administration to take an approach informed by guidance from the CDC and local and state health authorities. Number 3, the Board of Trustees requests that the administration provide information to the board and to the Leander ISD community regularly around local health data and the impact of COVID-19 on Leander ISD schools for the purpose of continuing best efforts to respond effectively to the needs of our students, staff, and families during this unprecedented and ongoing health crisis. Approved this 23rd day of August 2021 by the Board of Trustees of the Leander Independent School District.
I have a motion from Gloria. Is there a second?
I second.
And a second from Anna. Any discussion?
This is the conversation we should have had before we put a mask mandate of any sort out, whether it was legal. If you think the Supreme Court rules over the governor's EO or any of that, this should have been the discussion we had first. Madam President, I move that I would like to amend the motion to say that this has a shelf life of 2 weeks, at which time the Board of Trustees will reassemble and to discuss further options. Would I have a second on that? I'll give you the resolution for 2 weeks.
Can you, would you elaborate on your rationale for why 2 weeks, please?
Because we're not putting kids in masks for the entire year. That's not an option. I agree with that. However, with all of the agencies, the ones that you've mentioned in particular, our local health departments that have said that this is the best option we have at the moment, I am willing to ride out the peak of this Delta variant for 2 weeks and see where we're at. I will not support that we're going to do this indefinitely. I think that's a compromise. Can we come together as a community and give it 2 weeks to see if we can get over this surge and get our kids back to normal? So with an amendment that says we will revisit in 2 weeks, I would be willing to support this, all of my frustrations at how this has evolved notwithstanding. That's what I'm asking for, 2 weeks. I would add an amendment that we revisit this in 2 weeks.
Real quick, it's my, and could be making this up, but I thought I had read that on September 9th, we were going to revisit the mask mandate. Am I making
That is
that?
correct. On September 10th, I believe.
Sorry.
If it's part of the resolution, I'm willing to support the resolution.
So I think we can have Sean come up here to tell us in kind of legal thought on what are the options for the board when they're making this discussion. Board members, we may feel a little bit differently on governance role, what it says in the statute versus Dr. Gehring as a superintendent doing day-to-day, whether or not we feel that the mask mandate from Dr. Gehring comes first, or does it need to come from the board first?
I get that. You're asking me to approve a resolution basically saying that we support the superintendent, and I'm saying that I support the superintendent for 2 weeks, then we revisit.
Okay, so from a parliamentary procedure standpoint, you have a motion without a second so far to amend this to give it a 2-week shelf life. I also heard a different date being discussed, September 10th or 9th, whatever date that was, which I believe is more than the 2 weeks. So that's something you might have to sort out. In any event, you have a hanging motion right now because it hasn't been seconded. So I'm just pointing that out from a procedural standpoint. Legally, there's nothing that prohibits you from having that type of amendment or having this resolution have a term limit to it. So that's certainly an option that's within the board's purview.
I would ask, could we extend that to the September 10th meeting where we already have this item, if we were going to consider that, since it's already on, is that September 10th?
It's September 9th.
Oh, sorry.
But that also gets us through Labor Day. So I would recommend if Jim, if that's a comfort level for you, that gets us through the Labor Day holiday as well, to include on the 9th.
As an elected official for the Board of Trustees for the Leander Independent School District, I want to make sure that the things that rise to the board level are being discussed by the board. And if I have to put a mandate on something to say, I will have this discussion again September 9th or 2 weeks, that's what this is about. So yes, that's.
It is on that agenda already?
I want it part of this resolution.
Okay.
Even if it's not on the agenda, you have plenty of time to notice that for that September 9th meeting. You only need 72 hours notice. Again, procedurally then, if Mr. McKay wants to change his amendment, he still could at this point, being as you don't have a second yet, and there's still plenty of time to do that.
Madam President, I move that we amend the motion as presented to include an expiration date of September 9th.
Do I have a second?
Just real quick, September 9th, that meeting when we're discussing this, will that be an action item or just a discussion item? Do we get to pick? I didn't.
It would make it an item
Action
that we
item?
would have to take action
Okay.
either.
I just want to make sure. Awesome. Okay.
Legally, do we need to put a time on there so that it extends through that meeting? Just making sure that the superintendent and administration are covered with that amendment.
That's a good question. I think we need clarity on whether you intend the entire resolution to naturally expire on that date, or whether you would amend this for it to come back for board action or further board action on the 9th.
I would want it to expire midnight on the 9th. That gives that day of school, we will have our board meeting and we will either decide to, we've had enough of the mask and the surge is gone, or we have the opportunity to continue in a direction that we think is in the best interest of our students.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion from Jim, a second from Aaron. Sean, from your perspective, what are the good things about this, or what are the things that this gives us, and what are the things that we need to think about that it could take away? So both sides.
Well, clearly what it takes away is if the board takes no action, this will expire and the superintendent will no longer have that authority. And so that would naturally cause any mask conditions or any other health protocol conditions that could be covered by this to expire without further board action. On the other hand, I think if the intent is to ensure that it comes back for intentional deliberation and action, then it achieves that objective and does so legally.
Just a clarification for community who may be watching. I don't know that the resolution is necessarily required for the superintendent to take the action that the superintendent did. The resolution supports the action, but I think you suggested that without it, the superintendent would no longer be able to mandate masks, but I think that is not accurate.
You're correct, sir. Thank you for correcting me on that.
I think it might be threading a needle, but I think what is going on here is this is the board vision and the accountability. And so when it expires on September 9th, time for us to come back, I guess, to Dr. Gehring with our next round of vision. Dr. Gehring, do you have something to add?
Yes, so in reference to number 2, I did at 6:03 p.m. receive a message from Williamson County Health Department from their medical director that has new information in it. We do have a meeting scheduled for 8:30 in the morning. Pending the outcome of that meeting, I may have to call an emergency meeting of the Board of Trustees prior to us proceeding any further.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gehring. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on the expiration date at our meeting at September 9th of the resolution, which is our vision and our accountability statement? So it means we revisit it on the 9th. Any other thoughts? Conversation? We ready to vote?
So that I'm clear, Madam President, the vote right now is whether to approve the amendment to the resolution, and then you'll take a second action.
That is correct.
That would be correct. Sean, am I doing that in the correct order?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just making sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's stay on the same page here. All right, board members. Sean, if we don't vote for this motion, does this just stay in effect perpetually as vision?
If in fact you ultimately adopt this resolution, yes. So without the amendment, this would be until such time that the board took affirmative action to revoke it.
All right. Okay, board members, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays. That amendment is now added to our motion. Is there any other discussion about the resolution before us? Okay. Without further ado, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 5 ayes, no nays. Motion, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Nays, sorry. Motion will carry, but let's find out the nays. All those nay, 2 nays. 5 ayes, 2 nays, no abstentions. Motion carries. All right, we have another item before the board. We're moving on to the consider approval of the COVID extended leave for staff. Dr. Gehring, before we leave, item 5A, is Donna going to be reaching out the board if we need to have an emergency meeting?
Yes, ma'am. So as soon as I conclude my meeting with Williamson County in the morning, I will be in touch with you directly to decide next steps.
And we'll get an update on that, right?
Yeah, as soon as I've had conversation with the board president, we will certainly be reaching out to board members.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item 5B, consider approval of COVID extended leave for staff.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gehring. We are bringing before you a resolution for employees. As you recall, the FFCRA, the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, was passed in April of 2020 to provide employees with additional leave for COVID circumstances. That expired in December of 2020. At that time, this board voted to approve to extend that COVID leave for employees through June 30 of 2021. At that time, that resolution did expire, and due to the current surge of COVID, and we believe that COVID will continue to impact the district throughout the fall, we are bringing this back to you to ask for another resolution that would grant employees 8 days of COVID leave to help support those who have been diagnosed with COVID positive. They are required to isolate for 10 days. The 8 days would provide them with pay for that entire time that they have to be off work. We are asking for action tonight and would like for you to approve the resolution.
Board members, any questions? Otherwise, I need a motion.
I move the board adopt the resolution to approve the 8 days of COVID extended leave for all employees as well as teacher fellows retroactively from July 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Gloria, second from Jim. Any other discussion?
Just one question. Do we have an estimate on the financial impact of this motion?
We do not at this time. What we looked at was what it potentially cost the district last year, but there was different circumstances because people were out for quarantine, which was different from this year. We're not required, in fact, we're mandated not to quarantine. However, on the other side, we have people who were working virtually last year. They had that option. Teachers had that option. That's 2/3 of our staff. That option is not in place at this time, and so it's difficult to anticipate how much it will cost the district to provide this benefit. Last year, like I said, it cost approximately $300,000 for us to provide those additional 10 days.
Is there a way that we could get this extended for more days?
We could certainly look at that. Could you tell me more about what you're looking at?
Just curious to see if a teacher gets diagnosed one time and they're out and they use up that 8 days and they happen to get COVID again, then what? Then they're out their own time?
Well, every teacher gets 10 state and local days, so they can definitely tap into that before they went into unpaid leave.
Any other questions? All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, board members, if there's no other items on our agenda this evening, we will go ahead and adjourn at 11:07. Be watching your calendars and your emails for an update from Donna on an emergency possible meeting, and otherwise we'll see each other on Thursday. Thank you.